in all direction. The spirit of God never live up a standard in a them section. Them think we soft, but them have the wrong perception. The blood that we protection. Anytime you see the blood, if I this your one, and if a man you want no business, just a straight and go long and no fit. Pass over, pass over, pass over, pass over. I decide for DJ now. Jammer. Tonight is disappointed, so don't be disappointed. It's another rhythm culture production.
Decide to play that song again. Low bad mind make a damn a them. No care what them say or do, them can't get rid of you. Disciple DJ, dropped again, no man.
Yo. Jammer. Tonight is disappointed, so don't be disappointed. It's another rhythm culture production.
But you're rocking with the Disciple
DJ. Them coming like a flood in all direction. The spirit of God never live up a standard in a them section. Them think we soft, but them have the wrong perception. The blood that we protection. Anytime you see the blood, they on this your one. On a fame man, you want no business, cause so straight and go long and no fit. Pass over. Anytime when you see the blood, pass over. Wanna see me covered by the blood. If they on this your one, on a fame man, you want no business, cause so straight and go long and no fit. Pass over. Anytime when you see the blood, pass over, straight over me shoulder. So touch not the last one. And this is much of it, that's that recovered under the blood of the one and uncle Joe. Got to feed them scheme, and none of them plot them now go mountain, not a lot. None of them weapon me farm against the saints. I got them, I got shots. What them I do, what them I try. Them off know when they're ready for die. Because we not skip with the one of them fly. Them jack like a bird out of the sky. I man in a rust, me down go serve for patches. That's the kid when they come, me go save the lost type on the cross. Anytime you see the blood, the body's your one. And if you mind you want no business, just so straight and go long and no fit. Pass over. Every time when you see the blood, pass over. Wanna see me covered by the blood.
Raise them high. We are in of Jesus most high. Christian just identify. Raise your hands up in the sky. For we don't know him, that I'm the lie. Alright, when they don't know me, do me back to the blood, so me read through. Don't let Satan fool you. Come to the Lord and his love will heal you. So let the music move you. Stamp your foot, like up your hands through. Let the music groove you. Jump for joy, let me see your hands through. We don't see it safe. The Lord rose from the grave. That the rains and night is a seat for you and I. Now the Lord soon come. And the Spirit pour out. These are the closing days. And the Holy Ghost fire soon blaze. Let me see the hands them high. Raise them high. Lift up high. Raise them high. We are in of Jesus most high. Christian just identify.
Yes. Shalom, Chaverim. Shalom, Rev Tov. Good evening. Here, second day of the Shavua. Here at the RSS, fourth reading here in the second book. Here, Bishalach. In letting go. Bishalach. When Pharaoh let go. Here. This Torah reading and feeding right here. Here we're at the 16th sabbatical study here for this Shabbat Strong. Torah reading and feeding that is named Bishalach. Shalach. The call was to let my people go. Shalach et Ami. And here, reaching the 16th sabbatical study right here for the Shabbat Strong. I don't know if I said the 15th. Apologies on that right there. But here we're at the fourth reading here in the second book of the Bible, second book of the Scripture, second book of the Torah, second book of Moshe. Here, in the book of Exodus. Hebraically, the Sefer Shemot, the book of the names. So the name for this Torah reading and feeding before us right here is Bishalach. Bishalach. In or when, Bishalach. In letting go. Actually, it's Shalach is sending forth. And when he sent forth, like send my people, to send, right? Send them away, send them out. Here, this Torah reading and feeding. Let's ride up right here. We have today's daily Psalm 25 here in the season. Previously, we had the 15th sabbatical study. There's still some matters on the Bema, but here, let's just pick up a little bit of Eden the Soul right here. Some, Beta Israel rap in Hebrew. Yeah. Oh, evening psalm coming forward. The first, Eden the Soul, DJ Mesh. Af Echad. Not one. Yes, I. Rastafari.
מלמטה מגיע הקבום של הוואן טו שתה אם אתה לא מרגיש אתה סתום ונרתתה זה בא אמיתי ואם אתה פייק אז זה קטלה סליק נחתכת to hold the אסלה ששואלים מי זה אתה מתכוון מי זאת קוף אחרי בן אדם אחרי בת אדם גורילות ירדתי קצת יותר מכמה קילו מי זונה מראפרים שרופים מגולגלים אצלי בריזלות פשילו בסרתי על אף הזדמנות אף צ'אנס משלמים לי ואני לא הורדתי את המכנס להתחיל משחק שבו נראה בחייאת למי יש כלי יותר גדול לי או לך או לי או לך לי בי בוא נדבר אורגינלי אני עושה את זה יותר טוב מחצי מהגברים זה יוצא כזה טוב זה יוצא כזה יפה all the way from K Moshe your city is the bomb if your city make him pay hey
אבא לא סיפר לי מה מחכה לי
אף אחד לא אמר לי כמה רע בחוץ אף אחד לא אמר לי כמה זה מצוץ אף אחד לא אמר לי שכולם הולכים לאט ורק את צריכה כל הזמן לרוץ אז תרוצי עד עלות השחר שיטה זה מרגיש לי כמו שכר כמה תשלם לי מיירר מעל השעון ולמה זה פחות מאם אזיז את התחת
Whoa, Eden the Soul right there. Here as we getting ready for tonight's podcast right here. Here's Cholo, big up the Elohim of my life. Big up the God of my life. Yigadal Elohim Chayai right here. Cholo, big up the God of my life. Yigadal Elohim Chayai.
גומל לאיש חסיד כמפעלו קוראים לזה נותן לרש הרע כרישתו קוראים לזה משלח לקץ ימים משיחנו לפדות מחכי קץ ישועתו יגדל אלוהים חי וישתבח נמצא ונטל מציאותו אחד ואין יחיד לאיחודו נעלם וגם אין סוף לאחדותו אין לא דמות הגוף ואינו גוף לא נערוך אליו קדושתו קדמון לכל דבר אשר נברא ראשון ואין ראשית לראשיתו הינו אדון עולם לכל נוצר יורה גדולתו ומלכותו שפע נבואתו נתן נועל אנשי סגולתו ותפארתו לזה גומל לאיש חסיד כמפעלו קוראים לזה נותן לרש הרע כרישתו קוראים לזה משלח לקץ ימים משיחנו לפדות מחכי קץ ישועתו לא קם בישראל כמו שעוד נביא ומה ביטל תמונתו תורת אמת נתן לעמואל על יד נביא ונאמן ביתו
ימיר, דתו לעולמים לזולתו, צופה ויודע סתרנו, מביט לסוף דבר בקדמותו. קוראים לזה גומל לאיש חסיד כמפעלו, קוראים לזה נותן לרש הרע כרישתו, קוראים לזה נשלח לקץ ימים משיחנו, לשדות מחכי קץ ישועתו, מתים יחייל ברוב חסדו, ברוך הדעת שם תהילתו, אלי 13 לעיקרים, אין הם יסודתל בתורתו, תורת משה מת ונבואתו, ברוך הדעת שם תהילתו, תורת משה מת ונבואתו, ברוך הדעת שם תהילתו, גומל לאיש חסיד כמפעלו, נותן לרש הרע כרישתו, נשלח לקץ ימים משיחנו, לפדות מחכי קץ ישועתו.
Migdal Elohim Chayai Cholo Rekir. Yes, yes.
In Ethiopian life, the imperial ruler is likened in splendor to the sun, in exalted power to the lion, in his divine being to the kings of Israel, and at times to God himself.
Here, El Shaddai, I won. El Shaddai. Yes, sir.
Holy Manuel Selassie, we say Jah, Rastafari. I win a race naturally. I won a boo house and a thing. It's my time, you know. A time get to youth to shine, you know. So welcome to my world, a world full of experiences and realities. I mean to teach and preach to both the poor and rich. I mean to inform, educate and entertain as well. But before that, let's acknowledge the presence of the Almighty. Praises. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, Elohim na Adonai. Ancient still the same, by the power of the name. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Conquer na Adonai. We will praise and lift Selassie. Through your power and through your blood, through your teachings and through your word, me have no doubt that you are my Lord. So I will praise and worship Yahweh. Through your teachings and through your book, you shower of a blessing right on me. Now this world wide world, there's no other like you. So I will never, never, never replace you. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, Elohim na Adonai. Angels still the same, by the power of the name. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El come na Adonai. We will praise and lift you high. El Shaddai, you stay with me. True, what's my hustle? My Lord is my Savior. True, what's my struggle? He is my armor. In my battle, He made me conquer, so we gave me the mantle. King of kings, Lord of lords, tribe of Judah and the conquering lion. But none matter, Bonaji ago, ye Bosele, Moko Benetamako, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, Elo Leona Adonai. Eshua was still the same. By the power of the name, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El come na Adonai. We will praise and lift you high, El Shaddai. Open up my eyes to see your works, them. Open up my ears to hear your voice, them. Not forgetting my nose for the sense of smell. Open up my lips so that I can tell them. Give me more strength to do your work. Strengthen my heart to worry your faith. Give me more life to witness the blessed day. Open up my mind for me to understand. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, Elo Leona Adonai. Eshua was still the same. By the power of the name, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El come na Adonai. We will praise and lift you high, El Shaddai. Through your power and through your blood, through your teachings and through your word, me have no doubt that you are my Lord. So I will praise and worship you. Through your teachings and through your book, we shall one of a blessing right span. Now this whole wide world, no other like you. So I will never, 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 never. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, Elo Leona Adonai. Eshua still the same. By the power of the name, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El come na Adonai. We will praise and lift you high, El Shaddai. Only my realize last year we see Jah Rastafari.
And Pharaoh's servant said to him, How long, Adamatai, how long shall this man be a snare to us? Adamatai, lanu alim
Here, Bishalach, 16 sabbatical study, Parashat, Bishalach, Torah reading and feeding, when he let go. Here, picking up here, Hebrew first words, right here, for Bishalach, Parashat, Bishalach, right here. Yes, Bishalach. Had to punch that Pharaoh in the face. Here. Check it.
Here. Shema Yisrael. Here. Hebrew first words right here. For this 16th Rastafari sabbatical study here for this Shabbat strong. Bishalach. Hebrew first words right here. Here, picking up with the second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Exodus. Exodus chapter 13, here at verse 17 for the 16th Rastafari sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong, this Torah portion. Bishalach. Hebrew first words right here. Wayehi bishalach paro et ha'am with lo nacham Elohim dereka eretza pe'lishtim ki karov hu ki amar Elohim pen yinachem ha'am. Bi're'otam milchama Shavu Mitzrayim. And it came to pass when Pharaoh had let the people go, Bishalach, that Elohim led them not through the way of the land of the Philistines, the Philistines, although that was near. For Elohim said, lest peradventure, lest perhaps the people, Ha'am, repent when they see war, and they return to Mitzrayim, and they return to Egypt. Hear, Shema Yisrael. Hear, Gevir Yisrael, Hebrew first words. Exodus chapter 13, verse 17. Hebrew first words for this 16th Rastafari sabbatical study. Here for this Shabbat strong. Bishalach. Wayehi bishalach. Paro eta ha'am. We'lo nacham. Elohim. Derek eretza. Pelishtim. Ki akarov. Hu. Ki amar Elohim. Pena yinachem ha'am. Bia re'otam milchama. Shavu mitzrayim. And it came to pass, Wayehi, when Pharaoh had let the people go, Bishalach paro eta ha'am, that Elohim led them not by the way of the land of the Philistines, the Philistines. Lo nacham Elohim derek eretza pelishtim, although that was near. Ki karov hu, ki, for Elohim said. Ki amar Elohim, for Elohim said. Ki amar Elohim, lest peradventure perhaps the people repent when they see war. Pen yidnachem ha'am bi re'otam milchama, and they return to Egypt. Shavu mitzrayim. Here, Hebrew first words right here. Bishalach, let go. Bishalach, let go. Wayehi bishalach paro eta ha'am. And it came to pass when Pharaoh had let the people go. Bishalach paro et ha'am. Bishalach, let go, send forth, send free. Hebrew first word, 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 first word, first word, first word, first
word. Let my people go. Bishalach et ami. Bishalach. Shalach et ami. Let my people go. So here, the letting go, some classic roots. I haven't checked out this new Buju. Buju has a tune I think is recently released. It's actually a Let My People Go. It's good to see the artists and, like the original, the roots artists of old, getting inspiration from the glory of his majesty. We haven't checked out the tune just yet. I don't know if one's checked out that tune. Don't have it up here to share right here. Got to watch some tunes that we play. We like to play the old roots tunes, but yeah, Buju has a tune, Let My People Go. I don't know if the ones have heard it. Hopefully it's focused on the glory of his majesty, but it's good to see the Rastafari and the reggae, the roots reggae artists, focusing on the glory. Here, Jack Radix and Culture Knox. Jack Radix and Culture Knox. Let my people go. Shalach, send them forward. Actually, when he let go, when he sent the people forward, Shalach, when he sent them forward. Jack Radix, Culture Knox. Oh,
come in, Jack Radix alongside
people
Culture
go.
Knox. Oh, na, Lord. Lamentation from my soul. Oh, now, baby, let my
isolation in the place of the wicked when they come in. Ha! Who means that Raditz alongside Culture now?
Oh, na, oh, na, oh, na, Lord. Ha! Lamentation from my soul. Oh, now let my people go. Fear of, let my people go. Lord, release. Now, let my people go. Fear of, let my people go. Like Moses said to the Pharaoh, you let my people go. Yeah. But the Pharaoh said no. No, 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 no. He said, who's gonna build my pyramid so I can seek of eternal life? Who's gonna turn the clay to bricks to make the bread for my kids in?
What am I do? What am I try can't enslave I got now? What am I do? What am I try this time them nah get no fly? What am I do? What am I try can't enslave I got now? What am I do? What am I try this time them nah get no like one thing at one time. But you used to sell me beer yo. Unto false God who don't want me before a revelation time of that one you know.
I just tradition.
Hey, come on let me tell you about one thing at one time. But you used to murder first born of the Israelites surrender them gone from the banks of the Nile with telescope. What would have better let my people go because we kicking up storms.
Let my people go. Fear of, let my people go. Lord knows you let my people go. Come on, let my people go. Yeah. Now Joseph prophesied 7 years of famine. So the Pharaoh sent the people on the land to do some toiling. Whoa. Reaping and storing for the Pharaoh and his gentry. Now it's time for the people, yes, to have their 7 years of plenty, Lord. Let my people go. Pharaoh, let my people go. Pharaoh, let my people go. You gotta do now, let my people go.
What am I do? What am I try can't enslave I got now? What am I do? What am I try this time them nah get no fly? What am I do? What am I try can't enslave I got now? What am I do? What am I try this time them nah get no fly? Long time them have we cover them. No what the time to be up with plenty. We have the roots so no face reality. People can't take people identity. How we are kings and queens got me royalty. All the riches of this earth and it belongs to we. Some fresh up so
let my people go. Pharaoh, let my people go. Moses said, let my people
Yes, 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 yes. Classic Jack Radix and Culture Knox. Theme right here, Bishalach. Translation, let my people go. When he let go, actually, Bishalach, this Torah portion, right? Bishalach, right? When he sent forward the Bnei Yisrael. So here, 16th sabbatical study, Shabbat Strong, Bishalach. Now, there's a couple of themes right here. The baptism, right? The baptism of Moshe. And they were baptized into who? The Brit Chadash, the New Testament scripture says, and they were baptized into Moshe, right, in the sea. We also have this special Shabbat coming forward. The Shabbat coming forward here is known as the Shabbat Shirah. Shabbat Shirah, the Sabbath of the song, the Sabbath of the song. I'd like to go to the first and the second aliyot right here for this Bishalach. Right, we have Exodus chapter 13, Chabarim, we pick up with verse 17, right, to chapter 17, verse 16, the full of this 16th sabbatical study, this sabbatical manna, the manna, the angel's bread right here, bishalach, in sending away and sending forward, right, basically to say in sending away, translated as in letting go. So we have the Shabbat coming forward, Shabbat Shirah, Sabbath of the song, Shabbat Shirah. Right? Exodus chapter 13, this Torah reading and feeding constitutes Exodus, picking up with Exodus chapter 13, verse 17 to chapter 17, verse 16. The Haftarah, the prophets reading from Han-Navim, from the prophets is Judges, Shoftim, Judges, the book of Judges, Sefer Shoftim, chapter 4, focus verses, verse 4 to chapter 5, verse 31. The prophets reading the second of the three readings right here, sabbatically speaking. Then in the New Covenant reading, the Brit Chadasha, the renewed covenant reading, the Hadis Kidan, the Hadish Kidan reading, we have John's Gospel, chapter 6, verses 15 to 71. John, Yohanan, the Gospel according to Yohanan, Yah's grace, John's Gospel, chapter 6, focus verses 15 to 71. And First Corinthians, focus verses 10, chapter 10, right? First Corinthians chapter 10. Ani. Let me repeat again. First Corinthians, in the New Covenant readings, we have John's Gospel, chapter 6, focus verses 15 to 71. And First Corinthians chapter 10, focus verses 1 to 5. Chabarim. So a couple of themes right here. Check out the Torah portion, right, at lojs.org. Also, one of the recommended outsource sites, Hebrew for Christians. Give thanks to John J. Parsons. Yahweh bless him, his family, for this yeoman work as well, the Hebrew for Christian site. Some of the themes here, we have the baptism of Moshe, the baptism of Moses, all right? The baptism of Moses. Are you familiar with that? Have you heard? All right, we know about the baptism of John, right? John the Baptist, that is, right? John the Baptist, Yohanan HaMatbil, the Matbil, the Baptist, the baptizer, the immerser, right? And we also know that in the Brit Chadasha, there's the theme of baptism, right? But did you know that they were baptized, right? It says they were baptized into, right, into Moses, into Moshe. Let's see if we can bring this up right here, right? Okay, yeah, baptized. Here we have First Corinthians, as part of the First Corinthians chapter 10, reading in the Brit Chadasha, right? In the Brit Chadasha. So we have First Corinthians chapter 10, and we come to verse 2 right here. Okay, let's bring this on the screen. I like that pic right there. It's a good view, kind of like the view is like to Sinai, through the Red Sea. You know, the Yam Suf. New suit, right? New paro, new White House, a new White House, a new White House, a new paro. Right? Yeah. Check out. There's a documentary, right? Well, not a documentary. It's actually on Nations Conspire. Was shared with the golden or the golden dawn. Something about the golden dawn. We'll get into that a little bit more, but it's very interesting, in times like these, the Torah portion reading and feeding, and what we're seeing in this event horizon. But right here, horizon, right? So here, baptized in Moses, right? Baptized in Moses. One of the themes right here is the baptism of Moshe. First Corinthians chapter 10, verse 2, it says, and we're all baptized to Moshe in the cloud and in the sea. Now, it said that baptism is by, they say by water. Well, actually, if we read Hamat Abil, right, Matemku, if we read what John says, John the Baptist, he says about water baptism, but the one coming after him, with, Holy Spirit, will be baptized with Holy Spirit, right, Ruach Kadosh, and with fire. But here, First Corinthians chapter 10, verse 2, it says, and we're all baptized to Moses in the cloud and in the sea. So not just in the sea, but also in the cloud. The cloud baptism. Does that have to do with spirit? It's kind of interesting right here. But let's look at the full right here, Corinthians, from our brother Paulos. Shaliach. Now it's interesting because we say apostle in the Hebrew, shaliach is one who sent forward, right? From the root word shalach, to send. The command to Paro, to Pharaoh, was to shalach et ami, to send, let my people go, in the translation, to send away, send forward my people. So the idea of apostles, like one sent forward, right? Shalach, to send. So here we have First Corinthians chapter 10. It says, moreover, brethren, I would not that y'all should be ignorant. Agnoeo. Don't be agnoeo. Right? Right? This is the Koine Greek. Agnoeo. Right? Agnoeo. Right? To be ignorant. In other words, not to have the gnosis, right? Gnosis, knowledge. Agnoeo. Right? Gnosis. Like when they say like a prognosis or a diagnosis. You know that word gnosis, right? As it's related to even the term Gnostic, right? Even though some of the Gnostics were really downright ignorant, but be that as it may, right? Not to be ignorant, not to know. He says some of them, not all. Not to understand something unknown. And in this context, if you don't know, then you can err, right? Or sin, right? Err or sin. In fact, and when we get more into the Torah reading and feeding here, it speaks about like if someone commits a sin not knowing, like in ignorance, right? That connection right there, through mistake, right? And therefore to be wrong, not intentionally wrong, right? But by mistake, right? Or not knowing. So noeo, right? Noeo right here is to perceive with the mind, noeo, to understand, to have understanding, overstanding, the first of like the linguistic two truths. On the next sense of the word is to think upon, right? To consider, to ponder, to give heed. Now Strong's break it down pretty good right here, right? To exercise the mind, right? In the sense of to know, to perceive, to exercise the mind. So Rabbi Shaul, the Apostle Paul, he says, I would, brethren, achai, right? Achim, right? Brothers, I would not have you not knowing. I don't want to have you not exercising the mind to like observe. That is figuratively, in the figure of speech, to comprehend, to perceive, to heed. So right here, let's just go through this here. Moreover, brethren, I would not that y'all should be not knowing, right? Ignoring, to ignore, not to know. Interesting how that goes, right? Ignore. You're ignoring me, right? Why you ignoring me? Why was Paro in that new suit, that new White House, white walls, the Pharaoh, the Great House? Why did they not know, right? Know Joseph. He did not know Joseph, right? Later on, they use the same word, right, in the Hebrew. So the same way they say that he did not know Joseph, they rose up a new king that did not know Joseph. When you read it from the Hebrew, you come across the next place where it says that they did not respect. And it's the same word. So we can now understand that not knowing Joseph was like to ignore, not respect, not give heed. How that all our fathers, all the patriarchs, right, were under the cloud and all passed through the sea. It's an interesting concept right here concerning the cloud on one hand and the sea. So when we think about baptism, usually, we think about the water, the idea of going in the water, John the Baptist baptizing, the general sense of the water, right? And scripture teaches us that baptism, right, it has there's a trifecta, like a three, I won't say three baptism, but it seems though, right? Doesn't say like there's the baptism in the water, but the one who come after, he baptized with Holy Spirit and with fire. So it seems to be that by the water, right? So does the water prepare us for the Spirit, and the Spirit prepare us for the fire? But here it says that our fathers, right? Paul here writing, right, to those in Corinth, Yehudi, right, and Gentile in Corinth, right? That all our fathers, so obviously speaking about the Israelite fathers, you couldn't be speaking about the Gentiles because, if they were not of Israel, then, but giving them this lesson, right, from the groundation. All our fathers were under the cloud and all passed through the sea. This is this Torah reading and feeding here, the 16th sabbatical study. We pick up Exodus chapter 13, right? And were all baptized to Moses, right? To Moses, in not unto, as you see it there, because unto means not, right? Ice, right? Right? They like to put that unto. That's that old English kind of thing. But into or to, towards, to, right? Here, down there, their Strongs have it right. They don't put no un there. That's good, right? The UN. They don't put no un, right? To or into, right? Indicating the point reached or entered, right? So if you say unto is not to is to, right? Or into, right? Into Moses, into Moshe, or to Moses, right? The to is important, right? Why? Or the into sense, right? Not the unto, but the into or to, because it indicates the point reach, right? They say reach your point, right? The point reach or the point entered, right? So Moses here. So we have John's baptism, right? And we have the new covenant where the disciples of Yeshua Adonenu, they baptized, yeah. All right. Now, of course, he baptized with Holy Spirit and with fire, but not so much the water. But his disciples, they did so because many of his disciples were actually disciples of John before, he come along. John prepared that way. But even before the new covenant, we can now connect that with this here in this Torah reading and feeding, where it says, and we're all baptized to or into Moshe in the cloud and in the sea. I want you to note the cloud part. Let's just touch on these 5 verses here. This is part of the Brit Chadash read right here. And did all eat. Right? Israelite, the Beta Israel, gotta eat. Right? Did all eat the same spiritual iritical, it says meat here, right? But actually broma. Do you know that the word broma? I don't know if you heard broma before, right? Broma, right? It's kind of used in English in some cases, but broma is the koine Greek word, not for meat as in flesh or debtors, but more correctly as something to be eaten, as that which, like food. We say food, right? Food, right? Broma, food, literally or figuratively. But you see what it says right here? It can be used generally as food, whether literally or figuratively, but it says especially ceremonial, right? The ceremonial sense. Like we have the Exodus, we have the lamb, right? Then we have the days of unleavened bread, right? Right? Especially articles allowed or forbidden by the Yehudi, or we can say the Torah, right? The Torah law, right? According to Ha Yehudim, according to the Judahites, right? So articles that were allowed. So we have the positive commands, what you to do, what you may do, and what you are to do, and you may do, and that which you may not do, right? That which you may not do, the positive, negative commands. So it goes on and says right here, right? And they did all drink. So not just eating, if you're eating, like after a while, you'd be like, man, I need something to drink. You get dry up, just something to wash down the food, right? So they had the bread, the breaking of bread, right? And also the drink, the cup, the chalice, and did all drink the same spiritual drink, the same spiritual drink. Let's look at the word drink here. Poma. So broma in the Greek, right? The coin of Greek, broma is like food, edible, and poma, right? Broma and poma. So they had broma and poma. Yo, let's get some broma and poma, like a beverage, right? A beverage. Now watch. Somebody probably gonna come out. Somebody gonna have like a drink. A new drink and hit the market called like poma, right? But for they drank, right? I'm not saying it's because I'm talking about it here, but what you think? For they drank of that spiritual rock. Ah, of that what? Spiritual rock. So right here in the Brit Hadasha, right, it's telling us that it wasn't a literal rock, but it was a spiritual rock. So it's telling us the metaphorical aspect of this, the verbal hieroglyphical aspect of it, of that spiritual rock, right, that followed them. And that rock was Moshiach. The rock was Christos, the anointed, right? That followed. Oh, that's interesting. You see, the translators say that follow them. But obviously here, the Koine Greek is saying when we get into the Greek, this translator's note, right, that clarifies something that's not quite as the translation has it, that went with them. That's a big difference. Like if you go with somebody or if you follow them, right? Like you follow them or you go with. So the same spiritual rock that went with them, and that rock was Moshiach. So right here to the 5th verse, but with many of them, Elohim was not well pleased, for they were overthrown in the wilderness. They were overthrown in the Midbar. Now, here we have the Exodus narrative in Exodus chapter 13, right? Them coming out, right? So here we get to the 4th Torah reading and feeding. So the first 3 in the second book kind of sets the stage, right? The first reading in Exodus, and then we have the 2 other ones. And so now here we're at the 4th reading here in the second book here, right? But as we move forward, this verse right here, we'll see the evidence of it, that with many of them. So these are the same ones. Check it out. Right? When people talk about like one save and always save, right? Right? But one save, always save, right? They say, oh, it's the Old Testament, we're in the New Covenant. But notice it. Here, the great apostle Paulos HaShaliach, here in the New Testament to Corinth, right? In 1 Corinthians chapter 10, he is bringing out something from Yehudi, right? Judaic, right? The Judaic story. Now, I'm going to emphasize Judah because that's a tribe that we have there. Even Yeshua says, y'all worship that which you know not. We know worship salvations of Ha-Yehudim. Translator says the Jews. We say the Judeans, the Judahites, right? But here he brings something out when speaking to the Jews and the Gentiles, right? He says, moreover, brethren, but calling all of them like together in the gathering in Corinth as brethren. I would not that y'all should be ignorant, not knowing how that all our fathers, right? Now, of course, he's not projecting here. He's speaking as a Judah, well, as a Yehudi and as a Benjamite, but we say as an Israelite and as a Hebrew in faith, right? How that all our fathers were under the cloud and all passed through the sea. Now, when we're in Exodus and it speaks about the fathers, right? Like Genesis, and especially when we come to Exodus, and in many areas, it's pointing to the Hebrew trinity of patriarchs, Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov. Yahweh, He who be Hakadosh, Baruch Hu, the Holy One, blessed be He, Baruch Hashem, blessed be the name. He even identifies himself, right? Yahuwah, the Elohei, Abraham, the Elohei, Yitzhak, the Elohei, Yaakov. I am He who be. Well, who He be? Who He be? Yahuwah, meaning He who becomes will be who He will be. Well, who He be? He be the Elohei of Abraham, the Elohim of who? Abraham, the Elohei Yitzhak. He be the Elohim of Yitzhak. He be the Elohei of Yaakov, of Jacob. Right? So here the fathers are speaking about the Exodus fathers, the fathers, the children, we can say, of the patriarchs down in Mitzrayim in the Tawee, right? When they came out, right? Here we have this in this Torah reading and feeding Bishalach, right? They were under the cloud. What about this cloud here? Right? This cloud, they were under the cloud and all passed through the sea, right? All passed through the sea, and they were all baptized into Moses in the cloud and in the sea, right? And they all did eat the same spiritual food, the same spiritual yud, the broma, right? And did all drink, right? The same spiritual drink, the poma, right? For they drank of that spiritual rock, not a literal rock. So, some people say, well, that's allegorical. Well, Paul is telling us right here, the Apostle Paul, Rabbi Shaul, right? It was a spiritual rock, check, that followed them, or more correctly, according to the notes, that went with them, right? That went with them, right? And that rock was Moshiach, right? But here's the verse. But with many man, right? With enough of them, right? Elohim was not well pleased. And later on, as we get to like Numbers, see the book, the fourth book of the Torah, fourth book of the Bible is known as Numbers, right? Called Numbers in the English Gentile translation. But in the Ivrit, in the Hebrew, it's actually known as a Sefer Bamidbar. Midbar mean wilderness, and it's called Ba Midbar, in Ha Midbar, in the wilderness. So when we get there, we'll see the overthrow, right, of those who he brought out, those who Yahweh brought out of Mitzrayim, but he was not well pleased, right, to bring them in. So right here, just a couple of first words right here, just to put this into context. How we're doing on the time right here. Definitely we need to touch on the first and the second alio. Let me do this right here. First, we have the evening, right? The evening psalm. Do we have the evening psalm up on the board? The evening psalm was Psalm 48, right? The evening psalm. Today's daily psalm is Psalm 25. Hopefully we have some time to, address that right here. Here, the evening psalm right here for the second day of the Shabbat. Psalm 48.
Rastafari. Africa is a must. So nobody force now cause. You have to jump on this your bus. Zion born, right?
Psalm 48.
מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח.
Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, in the mountain of his holiness. Beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth, is Mount Zion on the sides of the north, the city of the great king. God is known in her palaces for a refuge. For lo, the kings were assembled. They passed by together. They saw it, and so they marveled. They were troubled and hasted away. Fear took hold upon them there, and pain as of a woman in travail. Thou breakest the ships of Tarshish with an east wind. As we have heard, so have we seen in the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God. God will establish it forever. Selah. We have thought of thy loving kindness, O God, in the midst of thy temple. According to thy name, O God, so is thy praise unto the ends of the earth. Thy right hand is full of righteousness. Let Mount Zion rejoice. Let the daughters of Judah be glad because of thy judgments. Walk about Zion, and go round about her. Tell the towers thereof. Mark ye well her bulwarks. Consider her palaces, that ye may tell it to the generation following. For this God is our God forever and ever. He will be our guide forever forever, 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 forever.
מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח. גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, בעיר אלוהינו הר קודשו. יפה נוף משוש כל הארץ, הר ציון ירכתי צפון, קריית מלך רב. אלוהים בארמנותיה נודע למשגב, כי הנה המלכים נועדו, עברו יחדיו. המה ראו כן תמהו, נבהלו נחפזו. רעדה אחזתם שם, חיל כיולדה. ברוח קדים תשבר אוניות תרשיש. כאשר שמענו כן ראינו, בעיר אדוני צבאות, בעיר אלוהינו. אלוהים יכונניה עד עולם סלע. דימינו אלוהים חסדך בקרב היכליך. כשמך אלוהים, כן תהילתך על קצווי ארץ, צדק מלאה ימיניך. ישמח הר ציון, תגלנה בנות יהודה למען משפטיך. שובו ציון והקיפוה, ספרו מגדליה. שיטו לבכם לחילה, פסגו ארמנותיה. למען תספרו לדור אחרון, כי זה אלוהים אלוהינו עולם ועד, הוא ינהגנו על מות.
Yes, 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 Talmudim, fellow disciples, Chabarim, friends, associates. That right there, they're there, the evening psalm for the second day of the Shavua, that they call Monday, Psalm 48. So right here, what do we have right here? Yeah, who is the Paro of the Exodus? All right, get into that in some of the further studies, but some of the basics right here. Here we left off in the previous, so we left off for continuity purpose right here. We left off in the previous Torah reading and feeding, right? In the 15th, right? Sabbatical study known as Bo, go in, enter in, right? Come in, go in, Bo il Paro, go into the ancient Egyptian White House, right? The white walls, right? The white stones. It actually was white, it's kind of interesting. We talk about how even America and the Western Gentile world is kind of built right on Sodom and Egypt. Yeah, and not the very best or the blessed. But here we have Exodus chapter 16, where we left off, where it says, and it shall be for a token, an oath. The Hebrew word is oath. Oath means like a sign, right? He says that he's going to show ototai, his oaths. Oath, there it is, oath, the sign, right? Sign, signal, the translator translates as a token, right? A token upon thine hand, right? And also keyword here, the yad, yadon, right? Yad, the yad is the hand, right? And as Akebeka, that tune, the yad, Y-A-D-D-A-Y, yeah, the hand, right? On thy hand. So the sign, it shall be a sign on your hand. What does this mean, Chaverim? And for frontlets, right? Ofafa, right? Ofafa. What is a ofafa? Right? The bands, phylacteries, the frontlets, right? Something that is bound, right? The sense of to go round or to bind, right? The fillet for the forehead, right? So probably see some of the Yehudim, with the phylacteries, was known as the phylacteries, upon the head and upon the left, right? The left arm, right? ask some question why that particular arm, right? But it says right here for frontlet between thine eyes, right? Thine eyes, right? So what the world and others call like the third eye, right? And give thanks, Ross Seymour and the other brethren as well in our reasonments, iron sharpen iron. It's not really the third eye, it's the front is the first eye, right? The first eye. But here the frontlet between thine eyes. Check. For by strength of hand, the chozek, right? By strength, the word here is chozek, chozek, right? Chozek is strength. Be chozek yad, be chozek yad, by strength, right? By like a strong, a powerful, right? This is from chazak, right? Chazak, right? Chazak, chazak, to be strong, be encouraged, right? This is also the sense that we have when Yahweh says that he will harden Pharaoh's heart. So the true sense Hebraically is not just harden as we would think from an English Western Gentile state of mind, but in the Hebrew is to encourage him, right? To strengthen him, to encourage him, right? But here he says, Be chozek yad, by strength of hand, Yahweh, he brought us forth out of Mitzrayim, out of the Tawi, the two lands, brought us forth. So the word here is yatzah. Yatzah actually means like to go out, yatsa, to come out. It's in the sense of exit, to exit, yatsa. So he calls us to exit, right? He calls us to exit, the sense of going forth. In Hebrew, Exodus is Yetziyat. Yetziyat come from this root word, Yatzah. Yatzah, right? To go out, he went out, he exited, right? Yetziyat. Yetziyat, the Exodus, the coming out, the going forth. Yes? Mi Mitzrayim. So here we pick up right here, right? Here with the 17th, right? Verse 17, right? For this fourth reading here in the second book, this 16th sabbatical study right here for this Shabbat Strong in the Shemester, right? In the Shemester, like in the year, the Torah reading and feedings. Now here, not to go at much length right here, but just to connect some of the thematic points, right, that are here, right? Here, verses 1 to 16 for continuity from the previous bow, right? From Parashat Bo, Torah portion, reading and feeding, sabbatical manna, the angel's bread, right? To go in, right? Here we have sanctification, the firstborn, and the promulgation of the law, the Torah, the direction, the instruction for the Chag HaMatzot, the Chag, the feast, the Matzot, the feast of the unleavened breads. Matzot is the plural of matzah. Matzah is unleavened bread, the flat bread, right? Or in ancient Mitzrayim, the Tawi, right? The poor man's bread, like the loaf bread. The puffed up bread, the loaf bread was like the rich man's bread, and the poor man's bread was the matzah, right? Bread and matzah. That's what they like to give in Mitzrayim. Bread and matzah, right? So Exodus chapter 13, verse 1, 13 and 2, right? Where we have that. So kind of this part is a important part to go over, like the firstborn, right? The one who, according to even the translation, the one who openeth, the phrase is the openness, peta, right? Peta, rechem. What is the rechem? Is the womb, or called the matrix. So the sanctification, the setting apart of the firstborn, right? The setting apart of the Bikor, the firstborn, was closely connected with Pesach, the Passover. Remember the 10th, the 10th sign, the 10th plague was the death of the firstborn of Mitzrayim, right? And by this, the deliverance of the Israelite Ish and Ishas, right? Ish is man and Isha, woman, right? Firstborn was affected. The object of this deliverance was there being set apart, right? The object of them being delivered was because they were sanctified. In other words, they were set apart, right? Set apart. Come out of her, my people, be ye separate. We have that in the Brit Chadasha, according to the pattern, right? Because Yahuwah had delivered the firstborn of Yisrael, they were to be set apart to him, right? So he took us from service to Paro and to his servants, right? To Pharaoh and his servants and to Mitzrayim, to be his servants, right? Check, and his worshipers, right? But there we were servants of Pharaoh and the Mitzrayim, right? And kind of their worshipers, right? And we was in their worship. He brought us out, right? They were sanctified to him. So if the Bnei Yisrael, the Beta Israel, completed their communion with Yahweh in the Pesach and celebrated, right, the commencement of their divine standing, their divine standing in the Feast of Unleavened Bread, they gave uninterrupted effect to their divine sonship. Remember, we said to Paro, he said, Yisrael Bini Ben Shali, right? He is my son, right? Let my son go, right? You're killing my son. I'm going to kill your son, right? For this reason, right? Probably and very likely, the sanctification of the firstborn was commanded by Yahweh at the place called Sukkot, because it says they journeyed from Ramesses, right? Ramesses to Sukkot. Remember that Sukkot is the seventh of the appointed feasts and festivals, right? In gathering, booths, huts, tabernacles, right? Immediately after the Yetziat, the coming out, the Exodus, and contemporaneously with the institution of the 7 days feast of Matzot, Matzot of the matzah, of the unleavened bread. Right now we have Exodus was 2:15. Then it says, so that the place assigned it in the historical record is the correct one, whereas the divine appointment of the feast of Matzot of unleavened bread, 7 days, right, had been mentioned before, namely in Exodus chapter 12, verse 15. And the communication, right, communicating that of that appointment, I remember the feasts and festivals, the Moedim, right, that word for feast and festival in Hebrew, and like in Leviticus chapter 23, is also the word appointment, right, keeping these appointments, right, communication of that appointment, right, and also appointing Yisrael, right, as his son, right? The appointment to the people was all that remained to be mentioned here, right? So we go through this right here about man and beast, the womb, the matrix. Let's just scroll down here. Hopefully we get an opportunity to go in some of these details, because no doubt they will answer a lot of the questions that we may have. Sometimes we're reading something and, overtly it doesn't really come out. There's a question. So let's study to shew yourself approved. But let's scroll down here. We're going to go down here just to 16 so we can segue. Okay, 15 and 16, right? Okay, yeah, right here, right? Okay, to let us go. He made hard his heart. So yeah, Pharaoh made hard his heart, right? Le shalachenu, right? To let us, to let us go. So the sanctification, setting apart of the Bikor, firstborn. Now it's interesting because we have first fruits, right? Also in the Passover season, right? And first fruit is to be observed on the first day of the Shabuah, the Yom HaRishon, aka nowadays they call it Sunday, but we never had Sunday worship because we never called the first day Sunday. But on the first day, because it says on the morrow, when is the first fruits? On the morrow, right after the Shabbat, and then we count 7 Shabbats complete to the morrow after the 7th Shabbat. So what's the day after the 7th Shabbat? Check. It's the first day, right? So the sanctification of the firstborn is in force, right? The same terms as keeping of the unleavened bread, right? With exception, can touch on that. And here now it connects the what's it? Yeah, Tot Afot. Yeah, the Tot Afot. Right? It connects to Tot Afot is like the frontlets, right? Right? It says signifies neither amulet nor but a binding, like headbands. You see the sense of the headbands, right? So some might think it's an amulet that they also wear on their forehead, right? Or stigmata. Okay, that's the word right there. Okay, my Greek just kicked in right there. Yeah, stigmata, the koina kicked in there. Stigmata, like a stigmata, but actually the word signifies a binding of, or the headbands, right? when you check out the Chaldee, Otafa, like an armlet, right? Some think of it as like a tiara, like in Esther. When we look in Esther, right, we see the sense of a tiara, right? That this will wear. So here we get the sense of the tefillin, the phylacteries, right? The phylacteries. But he says to bind them. Now it's kind of interesting because he doesn't really speak about something literally, right? But even in a kind of a figurative sense, because what is the forehead? Between the eyes. Between the eyes is the frontal lobe. That's where our consciousness, they say, people who have frontal lobe abuse or whatnot, or violence, something gets wrong with their frontal lobe, right? The frontal lobe damage, right? And the hand signifies work. As it says in Proverb, death and life is in the hand of the tongue. The King James translator is translated as death and life is in the power of the tongue, but the Hebrew says the hand. So the hand signifies work. Then we connect this with the Shema Yisrael in Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4. Right? But the section is verse of the Shema, the fuller section is Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4 to verse 9. And that includes verse 8 here, where it says, "Thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thy hand." The work that you do, the hands, right? Right? Where it says, be acceptable, be acceptable in thy sight, the hand, right? And they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes. The frontlet between the eyes, right? Between the eyes is the frontal lobe, right? The seat of, some say, consciousness, right? And there's studies on it nowadays. Ones know that damage to this done might lead sometimes ones have violent inclinations because some damage is done to it. And there's other ways that the frontal lobe may be damaged. You know what I'm saying? So it's interesting that he says about the frontal lobe right here, or the frontlets, right? It says, does not point at all to the symbolizing of the divine commands by an outward sign to be worn upon the hand, or to bands with passages of law inscribed upon them. That became a Yehudi even from past days, right? Even first century time, Yeshua, Moshiach, Robenu, Einai Rabbi, the Rabbi of Rabbi, Yeshua Moshiach, he even points it out, right? In the New Testament, like they make long, they're like fringes, wide, they're fringes, and they're phylacteries to be seen of people, and they do it like this thing publicly, right? But when we're reading the command, even when we left off from the previous to pick up where we're at right here, it seems to imply like, okay, this service and ceremony and the words he's saying and the essence of that sanctification of the firstborn, this is what is to be bound, right? That's why the notes here are very accurate, and this kind of points to how Yeshua had the right and accurate overstanding, where he was coming to fulfill it, right? To perfect it, to fulfill it, right? To put it into its proper context. Nor does the quote advance in Deuteronomy 6 and 8 from heart to word and from word to hand or act, right? Necessarily lead to the particular notion of other scholars that the sleeve. So some interpreting this, they say, well, the sleeve and the turban were to be used as reminders of the divine command. So some in reading this think it means, well, on our sleeves, right, or our turbans. Now it's interesting because usually on sleeves and turbans, like military, and different ones working in different occupations, on the sleeve, on the shoulder, it can show their rank or what they belong to, or flag if it's a military something, right? Or on a turban or a hat, they would have a logo or a badge or something, check. But that's not what the Torah already was spiritual, but because the people were so carnal, right? Father in grace took them from low degrees to high degrees, took them from outer object lessons to the innermost of the innocence. So it was not to be like the sleeve or the turban to be used as reminders, divine command, the former being fastened to the hand in a particular way, the latter by an end being brought down upon the forehead. The line of thought referred to merely expresses the idea, the thought, right? The thought, right? The idea and the thought that the Bnei Yisrael, the Israelites, were not only to retain where, right, in their hand, in their work they're doing, right, in their hand, right, in their hand, what they accept, like what you can hold and seize, and what you can let go, and what you can do, right, with the hand. The hand symbolizes work, right? Hand is very significant. We might not recognize it today, but even today in English, we say, man, I got to get a handle on that. Yo, you got to get a handle. What, a handle? And usually the thing doesn't have a handle, but we understand it. So this way of expressing language, whether in Hebrew or in English, should be clear, right? The Israelites were not only to retain the commandments of Elohim, right, the Creator, right, in their hearts, and to confess them with the mouth, right? However, to fulfill them with the hand. What does that mean? In act and in deed, in act and in deed, in actions and in deed, right? That's why some call it the fifth gospel, but it's interesting. You have, after the four gospels, you have acts, the actions of the apostles, those who have been shalach, sent forth, and thus to show themselves in their whole bearing as the guardians and observers of HaTorah, of Yahweh Eloheinu's directions, instructions, the teaching of his divine majesty. As the hand is the medium of action, right? And, even in ancient Egypt, it kind of is a testimony to almost like the kindergarten, so to speak, the kindergarten of humanity. Like in kindergarten, like they have letters all big. You know how the letters all big and we write all big. We demonstrate everything large and bold for the child and the children to pick up on. But then as they, hopefully get older and grow up, they're not writing as big as they did when they were small, taking the whole page, you know what I'm saying? So it's in the same way that our Father, that's what we say, our Father. So as the hand is a medium of action, and carrying in the hand, it represents handling. So you got to get a handle of Torah, not just a copy of Torah, yeah, to study, but also to walk it out and to work it out, right? Walk it out, work it out, right? Speak it out, right? Live it out, right? Live it up. So the space between the eyes or the forehead, now the space between the eyes and the forehead, right? Nowadays we can understand even the pineal, right? Remember the pineal connection right there? The space between the eyes, the first eye, right? That the people with the Elohim Acharim, the other Elohim, they call the third eye. The people who have the other Elohim, we don't have to put down other Elohim before, right? There's a principle that's true about that region, the frontal lobe, because of what it's saying right here, right? But in a different way, in Yah's way, right? In Yah's way, truth and life. So the space between the eyes or the forehead is the part of the body that is generally visible. And what is worn there is worn to be seen. Now, this figurative interpretation is confirmed and placed beyond doubt, right, by such parallel passages, right, as Proverbs 3:3. Let's go to Proverbs 3:3, right? It says, Chesed ve'emet ala ta'azbuka al ya'azbuka ashreim al garageroteka katabaim al luach libeka. Here's the English right here. Let's bring out the English here. All right. So here the KJV English, make not mercy. Don't allow mercy and truth forsake thee. Right. It's a let, but don't make mercy and truth forsake the eye. Bind them about thy neck. Write them upon the table of thy heart. Now somebody say, oh, this don't make no sense, right? The heart don't have no table. It's almost like when they say that some people are right brain and left brain. Now think about it for a moment. If you're only right or left brain, that means you're not using the other side. The same way, if you don't recognize what is meant by the table of thy heart. But here the Hebrew, right, says, Chesed ve'emet al ya'azbuka, right? Don't let them, Yazbuka, forsake, like leaves the eye, right? Ashreim Allah Gara Geroteka, right? Now, Gara Geroteka is actually the throat, right? The Gar Gerot. Well, it's the neck, but it's also the Garon, yeah. Garon, the throat, the neck, right? The throat, the neck area right there. Yeah, there you see, they brought it out there. The throat, right? It's the throat. Garon, throat, right? Here we have Gar Geronot. I mean, Gar Gerot, slicha. Gar Gerot, Gar Gerot, Gar Gerot, right? The throat. So bind it upon your what? Your throat. And what do we do with the throat? Even the throat, people say the throat chakra, right? So Sefer, right? So Yahweh was already before them, right? Already pointing these things out, right? In his way, in Yahweh, truth and life. And it says, write them upon the table of thy heartica, right? Katabaim, write them, right? Katab them, katabaim al luach libeka, upon the luach libeka. Now the word luach is interesting because we have the luchot, right? We're gonna get the luchot coming up very soon. The luchot. What are luchot? Are the tablets. I'm not talking about the tablets, the phone tablets, but that's interesting, ain't that? That we have these tablets today, yeah. But the tablets, right? The tablets, like the two tablets, right? Lapis lazuli tablets. But here, luach is like a board. Luach, a board, a slab, a tablet, a plank. It can be like a tablet of stone, as the two lapis lazuli tablets that Moshe, had, that Yahweh wrote with his own digital, right? His own finger, right? Boards of wood, right? Or it can be metal plates of metal, right? Right? Now, the ancient root sense of it means something that glistens, right? And a tablet in the sense of not just a tablet, but something that's polished, right? And the tablets of old, stone, wood, or metal. But right here, it says the tablets, right? Libeka, of your lave of your heart, your inner man, your mind, your will, your heart, your understanding. Right? Here's what we mean the inner, because the inner part. So we say inner standing, right? The mind, knowledge, reflection, your inclination, your resolution, your determination, your will. Check it right there. Conscience, right? As being the seat of appetites, emotions, passions, the seat of courage, heartical, not artificial, right? The heart is used very widely in the Afro-Semitic, Semitic language and the Afro-Semitic languages, for feelings, for the will, right? And even the intellect or the mind, in the sense of thinking, right? But in Hebrew, this word heart is like we say into the heart of the sea, the heart of the matter, the heart of something is the center of it, right? In your center, right? In your center, right? So that passage there brings out beyond any doubt, right? The true interpretation, the figurative, right? Not literally, not according to the letter of the law, but according to the spirit. Bind them, right? The commandments about thy neck, right? Write them upon the tables of thy heart. It's like right now, somebody says, I can't say, when we memorize something, when they say learn something by heart, that's why we have that phrase. That's a figurative phrase. Learn something by heart. So when somebody say learn something by heart, you don't like start to touch your chest and be like, oh, I gotta like hard to learn. No, you basically you it's to memorize. So that shows that even in English, there's this faint and fleeting sense of the true meaning, the dual truth, right? The literal heart, right? And also the figurative heart. And here's what's interesting, that both affect one another. The figurative heart affects the literal heart, and literal heart the figurative heart. You know what I mean? So this shows that even there's another unseen aspect of man and in man. But right here, right here, right? This is where we're at right here for this Torah reading and feeding, because these verses, right? Right? And so when your son shall ask you in time to come, right? Mazot, what? Zot. What is this? Mazot, right? What is this? And we shall say, right, to our children, in generation, and that generation and generations after, and the I generation. By strength of hand, Yahweh brought us, I, Mimitzrayim, out of Egypt, from the house of bondage. Now, here brings a sense of this, right, for the Israelites and the experience, right, of this set apart, this sacred service of heart and mind, right, that Mitzrayim in the context of the Exodus, right, represented for the Israelite, the Exodus generation of Israelites as the bite, the house that they were in Abad. Like here we have Ebed. Ebed is a servant, right? Right. Actually, in the Hebrew, I think is what Abadim, Abadim, the plural of Ebed. Ebed is like a servant, right? One who serves. Now, there's some interesting senses of the whole word serve because it's serve in the usual sense, like a servant, somebody who's a subject, but it's also servants in the sense of worshipers. So when it says that they were servants and they were doing all this work, right? It doesn't really zoom in, but it implies that they were also serving, right? The Elohim Acharim of the Mitzrayim. The Elohim Acharim. Who are the Elohim Acharim? They're the other gods, the other people gods, the Netchers, right? The Neteru, right? Of Mitzrayim, right? The Elohei Mitzrayim, right? As well as doing service to them both in the natural sense, right? In the carnal sense and in the spiritual sense, they were servants. Remember, they asked, could they just go and worship, have a 3-day holy day to go worship, right? Their God, to Mitzrayim, their nature, the nature of natures, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Elohei HaIbrim, the Elohim of the Hebrews, the Apiru, right? And they said no. So where there's religious freedom, maybe there were for others, but there was not for the Bnei Yisrael, right? That's why the word was shalach, right? Et ami, let my people go. Just let them go, right? So this sense of servant, right? Now, often, this we understand why they do it, but they need to stop doing this. They always put that Slav word. You said they put that Slav word. They put the word Slav or slave, Slav, right before servant, and that really mixes up the narrative, especially seeing what our people 400 plus years and other peoples, right, in different types of slavery, right, have been going through, and different type of bondage, right? Like they say, modern day bondage. Nobody talk about modern day bondage, right? It's a bond, right? People are bound, right? They say we're bound and gagged, yeah, right? So the servant, right, is basically the word servant, right? The word servant, right? In special sense, the prophets were called servants, right? They were called Ebed, right? Ebed, right? Right? Like we have Obadiah, right? Levites were called servants, right? Yisrael collectively was called servant, and the Israelites also were servants, right? See, he called us from being the servants to somebody else to being the servant to our own, right? Servant as a form of address between equals. Think about that for a moment. Servant as a form of address between equals. Did not Yahweh serve us? Was he not working, right, for us? He put in that work, right, for the patriarchs and the tribes and the matriarchs, right? So right here, just to bring out that sense, right? So this is the reason, right? By strength of hand, by a strong hand, by an encouraged hand, an encouraging hand. So we just think of strength sometimes like, oh, it was a strong, like he had a lot of muscles or something like that. Yeah, but no, right? It's also what the word chazak means, to encourage. As we say, whenever we complete a book of Torah, we say one to another, right? Chazak, be strong, chazak, wenit chazek. And we say, wenit, we and nit chazek, right? Nit chazek, make we strengthen and encourage. May we chazak one another. Wenit chazek, right? May we strengthen one another. So when it says by a strong hand, right? He brings his people out, not just then, but also in the Brit Chadash sense, out of sin, right? Out of the world. He brings, right, his creatures, right, and his people out of the world, flesh, and satanic seclorum and sin, right? Check in the Brit Chadasha sense, right? And it came to pass when Paro would hardly let us go, right? What? He would hardly let us go, right? Kasha. He was hard, severe, cruel. He was fierce, harsh. He was very difficult, right? Right? To let us go, right? To just send us away. Shalach. Previous Torah reading and feeding, the Shalach, right? Right? Well, this Torah reading and feeding, Bishalach, right? This is when it happens, right? When he sends them away. That Yahweh slew all the firstborn in the land, right, of Mitzrayim. It's obviously from the other 9, the point wasn't made, right? The point definitely wasn't made, right? Both the firstborn of man, the firstborn of who? Of Adam, right? Adam, right? Not just the singular man Adam, but Adam, a general sense for the rank and file humanity, right? And the firstborn of beasts, right? But we know that none of the firstborn of Yisrael, check, right? The firstborn of beasts, the word for beast is behema. Like you say, you hear the word behemoth. Behemoth is like beast, like cattle, right? Cattle, right? Therefore, right, this is what we will say to our son, right, when he asks, Mazot, what is this? Check out a good Haggadah, even our Haggadah, first Rastafari, Passover, say the Haggadah. And there's the four children, the 4 types of children, right? And often when we do the Passover Seder, to retell the narrative as the Torah tells us that we are too, right? We have the 4 children, right? And it's kind of interesting because when we go through that, we'll go through that, but not in detail right here, just to kind of allude to it, because this is a section where it says, when your son will ask you in time to come, we're doing this. We're doing the Pesach, right? And the youth asking, why are we doing this? What this? Mazot, right? What is this? Right? This is what we are to say, right? Therefore, I sacrifice, right? The word for sacrifice, zabach, right? To sacrifice, the verb zebach. Zebach is a sacrifice. I sacrifice la Yahweh, to he who be, all that openeth the matrix. You see the word matrix? Hey, the word matrix is there in the Bible. Look at that. The matrix, right? Hail up to Sophia Stewart, the mother of the matrix, the sister who authored, the seminal foundational work, that those weirdo twins took and did a halfway decent, but it's Sophia Stewart. Check out some of her works, the matrix, right? But here we have matrix. What is the word matrix? What's the word for matrix in the Hebrew? Is rechem, right? Somebody say rechem, but no, don't rechem. It's rechem, right? Rechem is the womb. Those are interesting. BDB, Brown's Drivers Briggs definition, one of the 2 that we utilize in our studies, basic level studies. Here we have womb, right? Notice the B. 1B, it says womb man. Who says that? Rastafari, the womb man, right? The womb man, but that woman slave, womb man servant maybe, more better, right? But here the womb, right, is the matrix. But this is an interesting word because this word actually comes from raham. Raham means to love, but it means like to love deeply. Raham, right? To be compassionate. It's also an attribute of Yahweh, right? Eloheinu. Also, we have Raham as the womb, right? So Raham, the womb, is some speculate that it's named that from a Hebrew perspective, and the verbal word picture, hieroglyph of it is because of the yielding nature of the womb's yielding nature, right? And then also the womb, it cherishes the fetus, kind of caresses. It shows compassion to the fetus. You know what I mean? It loves. You know what I mean? In that sense. So it's an interesting, concept there. But the English, to keep it simple, right, says matrix, being males, but all the firstborn of my children. Notice that. So the firstborn, right, of the beast, right, gets sacrificed, gets zabach, right? But the firstborn, right, it says being males, all of them being males, right? Zakar. So the word zakar is male, But if you're paying attention and studying, fellow Chabarim, you'll remember that zakar also is a verb. As a verb, it means to remember. Like we say, zikor, yom et ha shabbat likad to show. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it set apart. So zakar as a noun means male, right? Zakar as a verb, right, means to remember, to call to mind. So all the male animals of the behemoth, right, get slaughtered. But what does he say here? He says, what do we say here? But all the firstborn, right, the bikor, right, the firstborn, right, of my children, of my sons, right? Ben, right? Benai, right? Sons, right? I redeem. Here's the word for redeem, right? Here we have the word fada or pada, right? Often pointed in biblical Hebrew, in some places as pada, right? Pada, fada. The Hebrew have the peh, fe, right? Pada, fada, right? Fada, to ransom, fada, it's not like fada, oh fada, right? Father, right? Papi, father, father, right? So here, father, pada, we have to ransom. This is the word to ransom. This is the word to redeem, right? This is the word to redeem. But this is the interesting word to redeem, pada, fada, because it means to sever. So it's the word for ransom. There's other words that also have a ransom sense, the kana somewhat, kona, right? But this one right here has a deeper meaning of to sever. Like you sever something, right? And this is how you ransom. This is how you release, right? Preserve. And when we look at the narrative here, he is definitely severing, right? Making a distinction, right, between his firstborn and the firstborn of Paro, right? And then it says, and it shall be for a token. So all that was to say, right, to the sons, right, demand them to their sons, right, and it shall be for a token upon thine hand. So we touched on that, right, the hand, right. So there's the literal sense that we'll see in the phylacteries, and we're not saying don't do, right, the literal sense. I think it's a good object lesson, you know, just to go through, with it to understand what it's there for, but then to really understand the fuller meaning, right? The fuller meaning was the innocence, right? And it shall be a token upon thine hand, right? Because sometimes object lessons are important. You know what I mean? The outer, right? We understand the outer, right? So we can then apply it to the inner, the spiritual aspect, right? And it shall be for a token or a sign upon thine hand, right? The hand, the medium of action, of work, right? And for frontlets between thine eyes, right? The frontal lobe, right? The first eye that the worshippers of Elohim Acharim, of other Elohims, call the third eye. So they say third eye, we say first. Yes, Rastafari. For by Chozek, B'Chozek Yad, by strength of hand, or as we breaking down and building based on the roots of the word, by encouragement, right? By encouragement of hand, or an encouraged hand. His hand was not slack. That's what it means. His hand is not slack. It's strong and it's encouraged, right? For by strength of hand, Yahuwah brought us forth Mitzrayim. So that's where we ended the previous bow il paro. So here, with the time that we have, let's see if we can touch on a little bit of this right here, for this Torah reading and
And
feeding some.
here, Shema Yisrael, here for the Rishon, for the first Aliyah, for this Shabbat B'Shalach, Sabbath when he let go, Shabbat B'Shalach, Sabbath in him letting go, for Senbet, here, Shema Yisrael, Gevil Yisrael, here for the Rastafari sabbatical Seder, this Torah portion, reading and feeding, and here for the first Aliyah, for Senbet, Belek Gizeh, in the Royal Amharic, corresponding to Shabbat B'Shalach. Here from the second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Exodus. Here picking up with Exodus chapter 13, here at verse 17, for this 16th Rastafari sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong. B'Shem Ha'ab W'Habein W'Ruach HaKadosh Yahweh Echad. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, He who be, we be, the one, the one, the one. Wayhi B'Shalach Paro Et Ha'am V'lo Nacham Elohim Derek Eretz Pelishtim Ki Karov Hu Ki Amar Elohim Penai Yinachem Ha'am Dia Rotam Milchama with Shavu Mitzrayim. And it came to pass when Pharaoh had let the people go that Elohim, the true good, the true God, the true Trinity is a Hebrew Trinity, that Elohim led them not through the way of the land of the Philistines, although that was near. For Elohim said, lest peradventure, unless perhaps Ha'am, the people, repent when they see war, and they return to Mitzrayim, they return to Egypt. Vayehi, and it came to pass, Vayehi b'shalach, and it came to pass when he let go, Paro, when Pharaoh let go, Et Ha'am, the people. Vayehi b'shalach Paro, Et Ha'am, and it came to pass when Pharaoh, when the great house had let the people go, with lo nacham Elohim dereka eretza pelishtim, that Elohim led them not through the way of the land of the Philistines. Ki karov hu, although that karov hu, although that was karov, although that was near. Ki amar Elohim, for Elohim said, Ki amar Elohim pena yinachem ha'am bi rotam milchama, lest peradventure, lest peradventure the people Ha'am repent when they see war. Pena yinachem ha'am birotam milchama with shavu Mitzrayim, and they return to Mitzrayim, and they return to Egypt. V'shavu Mitzrayim, but Elohim led the people about through the way of the wilderness of the Yam Suf, of the Etra Bahir, of the Red Sea, the Sea of Reeds. And the Bnei Yisrael went up, aliyah up, harnessed out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of the land of Egypt. Vayazev Elohim et ha'am dereka ha'midbar Yam Suf. Wachemushim alu v'nei Yisrael me'eretz Mitzrayim. But Elohim led the people about. Vayasev Elohim et ha'am. But Elohim, the true good, the true God, led the people about. Vayaseb Elohim et ha'am dereka ha'midbar Yamsu. But Elohim led ha'am, the people, about by the way of the wilderness, dereka ha'midbar, by the Red Sea, Yamsuf, the Sea of Reeds. Wachemushim alu v'nei Yisrael me'eretz Mitzrayim. And the Bnei Yisrael, the sons, the children of Yisrael, went up, allied up, armed, out of the land of Mitzrayim. Vachemushim alu v'nei Yisrael me'eretz Mitzrayim. And Moshe and Moses took the bones of Yosef, of Joseph, with him, for he had straightly sworn the Bnei Yisrael, saying, Elohim, the true good, the true God, will surely visit you, and ye and y'all shall carry up my bones away hence from here with you, with y'all. Vayikach Moshe eta atzmota Yosefa imo ki hashabe'a eta bnei Yisrael lemor pakoda yifkoda Elohim etchem v'ha'elitem eta atzmotaya mizeh itchem. And Moses took the bones of Joseph, of Yosef, of Ayusef, Yahasaf with him. Vayikach Moshe eta atmota Yosefa imo. For he had straightly sworn the B'nai, the sons, the B'nai, the children of Yisrael. Ki hashabe'ah, eta B'nai Yisrael, saying, Lemor, Pakod, Yifkod, Elohim, etchem, Ha'elitem, eta atzmotaya mizeh, itchem. Elohim will surely remember you, will surely remember y'all. Pakod, Yifkod, Elohim, etchem. And ye and y'all shall carry up my bones away hence from here with you, with y'all. With ha'elitem et atzmotaya mizeh itchem. Redemption, second item, by power. The second stage of the journey, the second stage of the tribe, verse 20. And they took their journey from Sukkot and encamped in Etam, in the edge of the Midbar, in the edge of the wilderness. Redemption, second part, by power, the divine presence, the divine presence, perception, the divine face and guidance. Verse 21. And Yahweh Jehovah went before them by day in a pillar of a cloud to lead them the way, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light, to go by day and night. He took not away the pillar of the cloud by day, nor the pillar of fire by night before the people. Wayehovah holek lifanehem yomama be amud anan la nechotama ha derech laila be amud eish le hayira lahem la leketa yomama walayla. And Jehovah went before them. Wayehovah holek lifnehem, by day in a pillar of cloud. Yomam bi amud anan, to lead them the way. La nechotam haderech, and by night in a pillar of fire. V'layla be'amud eish, to give them light. Le'ha'ir lahem, that they might go by day and by night. La leketa yomama v'layla, that they might go by day and by night. La leketa yomama v'layla. Lo yamisha amuda he anana yomama ve amuda haesha laila lifne ha'am. The pillar of cloud by day, and the pillar of fire by night. Departed not, lo yamish, departed not from before the people, Lo yamisha amuda he anana yomama wa amuda haesha laila lifnei ha. And here Shema Yisrael here Gevil Yisrael here. Second book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Exodus. Here from the Sefer Shemot. Here from the book of Names called Exodus. Exodus chapter 14. Redemption. Second part, by power. The third stage of the journey, the third stage of the trial. Why daber Yahweh Moshe lemor, and Jehovah and Adonai spake to Moshe lemor, saying, Daber el bnei Israel, why yashuvu yachinu lifnei pi ha-chirot. Beina migdolo veina hayama lifnei ba'ala tzefon nikacho tachenu ala hayam. Speak to the Bnei Yisrael, to the children, to the Bnei, the sons of Yisrael, that they turn and encamp before Pi Ha-Chirot, between Migdol and the sea, over against Baal's Ephon, before it shall y'all encamp by the sea. Daber, speak. Daber il bnei Yisrael, speak to the sons, the children of Yisrael. Daber il bnei Yisrael, yashuvu, yachinu, lifnei pi ha-chirot. Speak to the sons of Yisrael that they turn back. V'yashuvu, that they turn back. V'yachinu, and encamp. V'yachinu, and encamp. Lifnei pi ha-chirot, encamp before, in the face, in the presence of pi ha-chirot, pi ha-chirot, pi ha-chirot. Beina Migdol ubeina hayam, between Migdol and the sea. Bein Migdol ubein hayam, between Migdol and the sea. Lifnei Baal Zephon, before Baal Zephon, over against it shall y'all encamp by the sea. Nikaho tachenu Allah Hayam. For Pharaoh will say of the Bnei Yisrael, will say of the sons of Yisrael, will say of the children of Yisrael, they entangled in the land. The wilderness, Hamidbar, has shut them in. Ve'amar Paro livnei Yisrael, Be'avochim mahem ba'aretz sagara eleihem ha'midbar. And Pharaoh will say, V'amar Paro. And Pharaoh will say of the children, the sons of Yisrael, V'amar Paro livnei Yisrael, Ne'avochim heim ba'aretz sagara eleihem. Hamidbar. They are entangled in the land, and the wilderness has shut them in. And I will harden Pharaoh, the great house's heart, that he shall follow after them, and I will be honored upon Pharaoh, upon the great house, Pharaoh, and upon all his hosts, that the Mitzrayim, the Egyptians, may know that I be he who he be. And they Wechizakti et lev Paro, and I will harden the heart, the live of Paro, of the great house. Vechizakti et lev Paro, and I will harden Pharaoh's heart. Radafa achreihem, and he shall follow after them. Radaf achreihem v'hiekavada b'paro, and I will get me honor, and I will get me honor upon Paro. V'ikavda b'faro uvakol chelo, and upon all his hosts. Ubekol chelo, upon all his chayil, his chelo. Uvakol chelo. V'yad'u Mitzrayim ki hani Yehovah, and the Egyptians shall know. V'yad'u Mitzrayim, and Mitzrayim shall know. V'yad'u Mitzrayim ki hani Yehovah, that I be Jehovah. Waya'isu king, and they did so. And it was told the Melech of Mitzrayim, the king of Egypt, that Ha'am, that the people fled, and the heart of Paro, of Pharaoh, the great house, and of his servants was turned against Ha'am, against the people. And they said, why have we done this, that we have let Israel go from serving us, Why you gada limeleka Mitzrayim ki barach ha'am, why ya hafek levav paro, wa evadayo il ha'am, wa yomru Mazota asinu akia shialachanu et Israel me avadenu. And it was told the Melech of Mitzrayim, Vayugada lemelech Mitzrayim, and it was told the king of Egypt, Vayugada lemelech Mitzrayim, ki varach ha'am, that the people Ha'am were fled. Ki barach Ha'am. Vaya hafek. And the heart of Pharaoh and of his servants. Vaya hafek levav paro wa evadayo il ha'am, was turned. Vaya hafek levaba paroa waya vadayo il ha'am awayomru, was turned towards the people, and they said, wayomru ma zot, what is this? Ma zot asinu, what is this we have done? Mazot asinu kia shilachnu et Yisrael, that we have let Yisrael go. Kia shilachnu et Yisrael me avadenu, go from serving us, from serving. And he made ready his chariot and took his people with him. And he took 600 chosen chariots and all the chariots of Mitzrayim, of Egypt, and captains over every one of them. And Yahweh and Jehovah hardened the heart of Paro, of Pharaoh, Melech Mitzrayim, king of Mitzrayim. And he pursued after the Bnei Yisrael, and the Bnei Yisrael, the children, the sons of Yisrael, went out with an high Waye sora eta rikvo eta amo lakach imo wayikach sheisham meota rakeva ba'chura wikola rakeba Mitzrayim ושלישי מעל כולו. ויחזק יהוה את לב פרעה מלך מצרים, וירדוף אחרי בני ישראל, ובני ישראל יוצאי ביד רמה. And he took 600 chosen chariots. ויקח 600 רכב בחור, and all the chariots of Mitzrayim, וכל רכב Mitzrayim, and captains over all of them, ושלישים על כולו. And Jehovah hardened the heart of Paro, Melech Mitzrayim, king of Egypt. Vayachazek Yahweh et lev Paro, Melech Mitzrayim, and Jehovah hardened. Vayachazek Yahweh, and Jehovah encouraged, hardened, strengthened, encouraged the heart of Paro of the great house, Melech Mitzrayim. Vayachazek Yahweh et lev Paro, Melech Mitzrayim. Vayirdof achrei Bnei Yisrael, and he pursued after the Bnei Yisrael. Uvnei Yisrael yotzei biyad Ramah. For the Bnei Yisrael, the sons, the children of Yisrael, went out, Exodus, with a high hand. Ubnei Yisrael yotzeim biyad Ramah. And hear, Shema Yisrael. Hear, give ear, O Yisrael. Hear for the Sheni. Here for the Sheni, the second Aliyah, the second offering up here for this Shabbat b'shalach. Sabbath in letting go, Sabbath when he let go. Here picking up from the second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book called Exodus chapter 14, here at verse 9 for the Sheni Aliyah, for the second offering up here. Vayirdefu Mitzrayim achreihem vayasigu otam chonim al hayam kol susa rekev paro ua fa'arasha v'chelo al pi ha'chirota lifnei ba'al tzefon. But the Mitzrayim, the Egyptians, pursued after them all the horses, chariots of Paro, and his horsemen, and his army, and overtook them encamping by the sea, beside Pi Hahirot, before Baal Zephon. And pursued after them, the Egyptians pursued. Vayirdefu Mitzrayim achreihem. And the Egyptians, the Mitzrayim, pursued after them. Vayirdefu Mitzrayim achreihem. All the horses and chariots of Pharaoh and his horsemen and his army, and overtook them, encamping by the sea. Vayasigu otam chonim al hayam kol sus rekev all the horses and chariots of Paro. And his horse horsemen and his army. Al pi ha-chirot lifnei Baal Zephon. Beside Pi ha-hirot. Al pi ha-chirot lifnei Baal Zephon. In front of Baal Zephon. Lifnei Baal Zephon. Besides, in front of Baal Zephon. Baal Zephon. And when Pharaoh drew near, the Bnei Yisrael lifted up their eyes, and behold, the Mitzrayim marched after them, and they were so afraid. And the Bnei Yisrael cried out, cried out to Jehovah. And they said to Moshe, because there were no graves in Mitzrayim, hast thou taken I away to die in the Midbar, to die in the wilderness? Wherefore hast thou dealt with us, to carry us forth, Mitzrayim, out of Egypt? Is not this the words that we did tell thee in Mitzrayim, in Egypt, saying, let us alone, leave us alone, that we may serve the Mitzrayim, the Egyptians? For it had been better for us to serve the Mitzrayim, the Egyptians, than that I and I should die in the Midbar, that we should die in the wilderness. Pharaoh, hikariv, wa yisu'u avnei Yisrael et ayanehem, with hine Mitzrayim, no se'ah, achreihem, ויערו עמוד, ויצעקו בני ישראל ליהוה. And when Pharaoh drew near, and when Paro drew nigh, Pharaoh hikariv. When Pharaoh drew near, the Bnei Yisrael, the children of Israel, the sons of Israel, lifted up their eyes. Pharaoh hikariv. Vayisu'u avnei Yisrael et eineihem, and behold, v'hinei, with hinei, and behold, the Mitzrayim, the Egyptians, were marching after them. Mitzrayim nose'ah achreihem, and they were so afraid. Vayireu amod, and they were so afraid. Vayiyaru me'od. Vayitzaiku avnei Yisrael liyehoah. And the sons and children of Israel cried out. Vayitzaiku avnei Yisrael liyehoah, to Jehovah. And they said to Moshe, and they said to Moses, Vayomru ila Moshe, me believe, ain varim be Mitzrayim achetanu lamut bamidbar mazota asita lanu lehotzianu mimitzrayim. Because there were no graves in Egypt. Hamibli, Aina Kevarim, B'Mitzrayim, hast thou taken us away to die in the wilderness? Le'kachetanu lamut b'midbar. Wherefore hast thou dealt? What is this? What is this that you have done? Mazota asita lanu. What is this that you have done to us? Mazot asita lanu lehotzianu mimitzrayim. What is this that you have done to us, bringing us out of Egypt, mimitzrayim? Mazota asita lanu lehotzianu mimitzrayim. Haloze Hadavar asher divarnu eleka v'Mitzrayim lemor chadala mimenu
le na'avda et hamitzrayim ki tov lanu avar et hamitzrayim miyamutenu bamidbar. Is not this the word? Is this not the word that I and I spoke to thee in Egypt? Halozeh hadavar asher dibarnu eleka v'mitzrayim. Lemor, saying, let us alone, leave us alone. Chdala mimenu. Leave us alone, that we may serve the Egyptians. Chdala mimenu. Vanavda et hamitzrayim. For it were better, it's good for us to serve the Mitzrayim, the Egyptians, the Kemites, than that we should die in the Midbar. Ki tov lanu evar et hamitzrayim miyamutenu bamidbar. And Moshe. Redemption, second item by power, Yahweh, Jehovah's victory over pursuing Mitzrayim, over pursuing Egypt, pursuing Kemet. Verse 13. And Moshe said to the people, fear y'all not, stand still, and see the salvation of Yahweh, of Jehovah, which he will shew to y'all today. For the Mitzrayim, for the Egyptians, the Kemites, whom y'all have seen today, y'all shall see them again no more, forever. Yahweh Jehovah shall fight for you, and y'all shall hold your peace. Vayomer Moshe il ha'am al tirau. And Moses said to the people, Al tirau, fear y'all not. Al tirau, hita yatzvu, stand still. Hita yatzvu, stand still. Al tirau, hita yatzvu, ur'u. Et Yeshuati Yehovah asher ya'iseh lachem hayom ki asher reitem et mitzrayim hayom lo tosifu lirotam od ad olam. And Moses said to Ha'am, Vayomer Moshe laha'am, to the people, al tirau, hita yatzavu, oru, et Yeshuata Yehovah, fear y'all not, stand still, and see the salvation of Yahweh, of Jehovah, al tirau, hita yatzavu, Uru et Yeshuati Yehovah asher ya'iseh lachem hayom, that he will work for you today. Asher ya'iseh lachem hayom ki asher ritem et mitzrayim hayom. For whereas y'all have seen the Mitzrayim, the Egyptians, the Kemites today, lo tosifu lirotam od ad olam, y'all shall see them again no more forever. Yahweh yilachem lakem v'atem tachrishun. Jehovah will fight for you. Yahweh Yilachem lakem. Yahweh yilachem lakem. Jehovah, he who be, shall fight for you. V'atem tachrishun. And ye and y'all shall hold your peace. V'atem tachrishun. V'atem tachrishun. And y'all shall hold your peace. Hold your peace. Hold your peace. Hold your peace. Hold your peace.
hold your pee, hold your pee, hold your pee, hold your pee, hold your pee.
Tacharishun, tacharishun. You shall harash, harash. Here, more better, you shall be silent. All right, be speechless. Be silent. Yes, 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 yes. So first and second aliot, here, bishalach. Yes, yes, right here. Let's just share this tune right here to the theme, bishalach, and letting go. When Pharaoh let go, right here, the rulers. Here, the rulers, let my people go. Yes, the rulers, classic right there. The rulers, let my people go. Classic. The rulers, let my people go. Yes, I, Rastafari. Right here. We have a song. It's a prayer right here, according to the royal order. We have Psalm 25. Psalm 25, the daily psalm. Yeah, here in the season. Right here, today's daily psalm. It's interesting how the psalms from the previous Torah portion were really reflecting a lot of the key themes, Chaverim. But here we have Mizmor Kaf Hey. Mizmor Kaf Hey. Mizmor Kaf Hey. Hebrew Aleph numerics. They say alpha numerics. We say Afro-Semitically the Aleph numerics. According to the Hebrew alphabet, the letter Kaf, has a numerical value of 20, and Hey is the fifth letter of the Hebrew Aleph Beit alphabet. So Mizmor Tehillim, Mizmor Kaf Hey, Psalm Kaf Hey, Psalm 25. Here we have Psalm XXV, and it's themed the prayer. A prayer right here. A prayer. Today's daily psalm, a prayer. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Let's pick up right here, here. Yes, I. Whoa. Here, let's just get it here, and then we'll get into the verses right here. Just a kind of a roar here. Today's daily psalm, Shema.
Psalm 25.
מזמור כ"ה לדוד, 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 לדוד.
Unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul, my soul, my soul, my soul, my soul.
אליך אדוני נפשי אשא.
O my God, O my God, O my God, O my God.
אלוהי, 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 אלוהי.
I trust in thee, in thee, in thee,
Anyway.
in thee, in thee.
בך בטחתי, 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 בטחתי.
Let me not be ashamed, not be ashamed, not be ashamed, not be ashamed, not be ashamed.
אל אבוש, אל אבוש, אל אבוש, אל אבוש, אל אבוש, אל אבוש.
Let not mine enemies triumph over me, over me, over me, over me.
אל יעלצו אויבי לי, אויבי לי, אויבי לי, אויבי לי, אויבי לי, אויבי לי, אויבי לי.
Yea, let none that wait on thee be ashamed. Let them be ashamed which transgress without cause. Show me thy ways, O Lord. Teach me thy paths. Lead me in thy truth and teach me. For thou art the God of my salvation. On thee do I wait all the day. Remember, O Lord, thy tender mercies and thy loving kindnesses, for they have been ever of old. Remember not the sins of my youth, nor my transgressions. According to thy mercy, remember thou me for thy goodness' sake, O Lord. Good and upright is the Lord. Therefore will he teach sinners in the way. The meek will he guide in judgment, and the meek will he teach his way. All the paths of the Lord are mercy and truth unto such as keep his covenant and his testimonies. For thy name's sake, O Lord, pardon mine iniquity, for it is great. What man is he that feareth the Lord? Him shall he teach in the way that he shall choose. His soul shall dwell at ease, and his seed shall inherit the earth. The secret of the Lord is with them that fear him, and he will show them his covenant. Mine eyes are ever toward the Lord, for he shall pluck my feet out of the net. Turn thee unto me, and have mercy upon me, for I am desolate and afflicted. The troubles of my heart are enlarged. O bring thou me out of my distresses. Look upon mine affliction and my pain, and forgive all my sins. Consider mine enemies, for they are many, and they hate me with cruel hatred. O keep my soul and deliver me. Let me not be ashamed, for I put my trust in thee. Let integrity and uprightness preserve me, for I wait on thee. Redeem Israel, O God, out of all his trouble, 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 out of all his trouble.
Yes. So here. Today's daily psalm, Psalm 25, means more kaf. Hey, Psalm 25 is themed of prayer. Some theme it for help in difficult times. Right, very interesting psalm right here. Has some powerful versicles. Some of the words of power. Guide me in your truth and teacher, for you are Elohim, my Savior. Verse 5, right there. For thou be, right, Elohim of my salvation. Elohei Yishai. So some powerful words, power right here, even some of the sections here in today's daily psalm. But let's actually touch right on this right here, and see if it how it reflects with the Torah reading and feeding, and also in our lives and in our liberty. So right here, first verse right there. There we go. Let's bring this up right here and do this here. Let's bring the screen up. Here we go right here. Today's daily psalm. Here we have today's daily psalm, Psalm 25. Mizmor Kaf Hey. It's themed a prayer. Touch on the commentary briefly. K and D, Colin Delich. Psalm 25 means more kaf hey, the summary, a prayer, tefillah, in Hebrew, tefillah for prayer, In Amharic, similar to like the Aramaic, more of that word there's more of a Eastern Shemitic word like tselot, the tsala, right? Tselot, right? Here we have a tefillah, a prayer for gracious protection, guidance, right? Actually, guidance and protection. Just touching that verse, lead me, guide me, yeah. Guidance and protection, right? Protection and guidance, gracious protection and guidance. All right. So right here is Psalm 25. Now, the first day Psalm, standing Psalm, for the first day is Psalm 24. Right? Mizmor Kaf Dalet. A question similar to the question, who may ascend into the mountain of Yahweh? Who may ascend, right, into the mountain of Yahweh, right? Who may ascend? We have that there in the third verse. Who shall ascend into the mountain of Yahweh? Who shall stand in his holy place? Miya Ya'aleh, Miya Aleh Behar Yahweh, Umi Yakum. Bia Mikom Kadisho. Who shall stand in the Mikom Kadisho, Mikom Kodsho, Mikom Kadisho, his holy place. So a question similar to the question, who may ascend into the mountain of Yahweh? Who? Me, right? Me, who, right? Who may ascend? There's this question that is similar here, right? This is propounded, right? It's thrown out here by Psalm 25. Who is he that feareth Yahweh? Or more correctly, who is he that reverence, respect, right? Respects Yahweh, right? In order to answer it, in great and glorious promises, yea, yea, amen, amen. It is a calmly confident prayer to tefillah for help against one's foes. So it does apply here, even with the narrative, Torah reading and feeding, and for Elohim, the creator, his instructing, Yahweh's instructing, his pardoning, his leading, right? His leading grace, right? It is without any definite background indicating the history of the times and that it was composed, and also without any clearly marked traits of individuality, right? However, it is one of the nine, check it, right? It's one of nine, Chaverim, take note, nine alphabetical psalms of the whole collection. In other words, in the whole collection of psalms, there are nine psalms that how they're arranged in the Hebrew, the verse by verses and the sequence, they are alphabetical in the Hebrew from Aleph to Tav, from the Hebrew Alpha to Omega, from the Aleph, first letter of the Hebrew alphabet, to the 22nd. This is how it's arranged. That's what they mean by alphabetical, right? Or they call it acrostic psalm. So this is one of nine acrostic or alphabetical psalms of the whole collection, of the whole Sefer Tehillim, Book of Psalms, Mezmor Dawid, also a companion to Psalm 34, right? To that, it corresponds in many peculiarities of the acrostic structure, the alphabetical structure. For both psalms have no vav or wow strophe. That means the sixth verse or sixth letter is not there. They are parallel both as to sound and meaning. So like the flavor, like, like almost like something from a same artist or group of artists, right? Both as to sound and meaning in the beginnings of the Ein, that's the hard A, Ein, right? The Meme, the M sound, and the first Fe or Pe, right? FP strophe, right? And both Psalms, after having gone through the alphabet, right? The Hebrew alphabet from Aleph to Tav, right? From the Hebrew Alpha to Omega, right? Going through, they have a Pe or a Fe strophe added as the concluding one, whose beginning and contents are closely related. This homogeneousness, right, points to one common author, right? We see nothing in the alphabetical arrangement, at least, that even here, as we have in Psalms 9 and 10, right? They kind of go together in some ancient manuscripts that is like read as one psalm, is handled very freely and not fully carried out to hinder us from regarding Dawit. So therefore, some of the best scholarship, right? And I co-sign this right here, regard Dawit as this author. It's in the style that we have testified in the scripts. But in connection with the general ethical and really just, right, really just character of the Mizmor, the chant, it is wanting or lacking in positive proofs of this. In its universal character and harmony with the plan of redemption, Psalm 25, today's daily psalm, it coincides with many of the post-exilic psalms, the psalms that were written after the repatriation return from the Babylonian captivity of the tribe of Judah, even we the black Jews of the line of the tribe of Judah. It contains nothing but what is common to the believing or the faithful consciousness of the church, the called out assembly in every age. Nothing specifically belonging to the Brit Hayashana or the Old Testament and Israelitish. And there's some comments right there and commentary right there. They're there. Let's see. So they have some things that says inspired certain things in churchical settings, certain verses, like ones may find their favorite verse. Yes. Yeah. So right here. Let's touch on today's daily psalm right here, Psalm 25. Just love to touch on the context. It's a study to show ourselves approved, the context, right? So the superscription here we have the Aleph verse right here. There we go, right? A prayer. The whole of the psalm is the cry or the call, the shout out of a humble soul, in supplication to Eloheinu, our creator, our judge. It reflects no special circumstances, although the appeal is intensely personal. So this psalm seems to have a personal flavor, like the I, more than the I and I, but still the I. Yes, I. In form, the psalm is based, as we mentioned, on an alphabetical acrostic with divergence at 3 points that will be noted. Two of these irregularities, they occur in Psalm, as we mentioned, Psalm 34. That is a companion to this psalm, Mizmor Kaf Hey, Psalm 25, right? But the reason for them cannot always fully be explained. So as we pointed to already, there's commonality, like all of them after going through the alphabet, they have an extra fe or pe verse, right? And even the content of that extra verse right there is similar in both. So seems to reflect a similar author. But here, we have verses 1 to 7 is the appeal for protection, guidance, and pardon. Verses 8 to 14 is the praise of Elohim, the creator, right? Then in verses 15 to 21, 3 parts here, plus a concluding petition. In verses 15 to 21, his prayer to Philato resumed. So what we have is the appeal and prayer for protection, guidance, and pardon in the verses 1 to 7. Then it goes into a praise. So prayer and praise, right? So the prayer and appeal, and then the praise in verses 8 to 14. Then in verses 15 to 21, to Philato, to Philato, his prayer, right, is resumed, picking up the prayer after like going to the praise, right? And then the concluding petition, the concluding ask, right, at the 22nd verse. Now, that's interesting because there's 22 letters of the Hebrew Aleph Beit, right? 22 verses right here. Here, the Aleph verse, the first verse, Lid Dawid. The title is simply of David. So in the KJV version, the words that are italicized are often and usually not there. They're put there to kind of give a crutch to a Western Gentile English reader to the sense, right, that can be implied Hebraically. But in the Hebrew, it's just of David, right? For David, of David, Lid Dawid, Lid Dawid. Eleka, Yahuwah, Nafshi Esah, Eleka, to the I, male, Yahweh, he who be, Nafshi, my soul, my psyche, Esa, I lift up, Esa, right? This comes from the word here, Hebrew root word H5375, Nasa. Now, I know I mentioned this, I'll keep mentioning this until, it's picked up on, because there's a false meme out there that says, oh, about NASA, NASA deceived. Now, that may not be false, but they say it's all in the Hebrew name, and they point to this word here. But this word here is nasa, right? The word in Hebrew to deceive or beguile, as Hawa, Eve said, right, in the beginning, right, is the word nasha. So they confuse nasa and nasha, right? There's nasa and nasha, right? This is nasa, right? There's another word, nasha, that means to beguile. This word means to lift up, right? To lift up, to take, to carry, to lift up. In some contexts, right? Like we say that the God who forgives, the name of Yahweh, who he be, is El. El no say. El no say. Right? He is Ha no say. He is the forgiver. But in the Hebrew, that comes from Nasa. Nasa means to lift up. The sense there is like sin and guiltiness resting on your conscience. It's like a heavy load. Right? And who he be is the one to lift it up. Right? Lift up, that take away that guiltiness, that weight, not a physical weight, but even heavier than a physical weight can be a psychological. And the psyche, the word psyche that we have in psychology, corresponds to the Hebrew, right, idea of the nefesh, the soul, the psyche, right? Yet the nefesh, the seat of the desire, emotions, passions, literally the breathing creature in man. She is the breathing creature, right, in he, in man. Right? No funny business, just the Hebrew, the science, right? He created man in his image, humanity, male and female, he created them. Mhm. And then we have later on, he builds a woman for Adam. You see, some people confuse those two right there, but we'll touch on that. But the soul here is the psyche, psychologically. If you see the soul here as a psychological aspect, perhaps the more of the spirit of the word will come through, in the application. So here, opening verse, the Aleph verse, Lidawi, Aleka Yahweh, Nafshi Esa, do I lift up my soul, right? So again, we have in Psalm 86, around about the third, the fourth verse, also in Psalm 143, round about verse 7, verse 8. The attitude, this brings out Hebraically, right? Hebrew being the name of the faith, right? Hebrew, right? It brings out the attitude of true tefillah, true prayer, right? That rids it of formality. This opening verse, Lid Dawid, of David, for David, opening verse, Eleika, to thee I, male, Yahweh, O he who be, Nafshi, my soul, my psyche, she, Esa, do I lift up. The attitude of true tefillah, true prayer, that rids it of formalities, like in Robbeinu, and I Rabbi Yeshua HaMoshiach, Yeshua HaNotri, when he gave the parable of the Pharisee and the publican. The Pharisee was boasting and bragging and saying he's not like this one, like that one, the long speeches and everything. And then we have the publican. He knew he was working for the Romans and the Edomite Jews, like Herod. He was a tax collector, a publican, worked for the government. You know what I'm saying? And he said, just forgive me, Lord, forgive me if I'm a sinner, And Yeshua he said, who went home justified, right? Who went home and felt good, and whose soul was safe. It was the one that didn't endure the bragging and boasting, the long formality, like the Pharisee. So this has that same attitude. Eleka, Yahweh Nafshi, Esa, to thee I, O he who be, my soul, my psyche, I lift up. I lift up my soul, my psyche to thee, O he who be, who he be. Here, to the Beit verse, the second verse right here, today's daily psalm. Remember the opening section, right? Verses 1 to 7 is the appeal for protection, guidance, and pardon. Here. Oh my God, I trust in thee. Let me or make I not be ashamed. Let not or make not, don't allow my enemies to triumph over me. Here the Hebrew. Elohai, Elohai, my Elohim, Elohai, Hailai, Elohai, Bika, my Elohim, my creator, my judge, Bika, in the eye, male. Batachti, 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 I trust, I Batach, right? We have Batach. Batach means to trust, right? To have confidence, to be bold, to trust, right? Here, bringing it down here, it has a sense of like when you run to a place or you run somewhere for refuge, right? But the figurative sense of this is to trust or to confide, always faithful, always sure, to be sure and thereby to be bold. Elohai bika batachti al ebosha al not ebosha. I'm ashamed not. Like to say like don't let me, right? Let me not be ashamed. Al ebosha, al ebosha, al ebosha. Let me not be ashamed. Al ya al Ya'al, don't allow them to exalt. Al, al, ya'alsu, al, ya'alsu, oibai, oibai, oivai, oivai, oibai. My enemies leave for me. So like, don't let exalt my enemies for me or to me, right? The sense is, don't let my enemies triumph. Ya'alsu, from alat, ya'alsu. Ya'alsu. What is Ya'alsu? Right? It comes from Alat. Alat means to rejoice, to exalt, but it actually means, strong to bring out the more direct sense from the Afro-Semitic root right here, to jump for joy. Don't let them triumph. Like, they triumph over here, jump for joy. Don't let them jump for joy. What do we have here? This verse does not begin with bait. So the first verse, Eleika, begins with Aleph for the alphabetical sense. This verse does not begin with bait. Right? Right? This verse does not begin with bait. Right? This verse right here. Right? Let's see, right here. Yeah, this verse does not. The next verse begins with Gimel. So the Hebrew alphabet is Aleph, Beit, Gimel. Right? Abaga. But here, this goes from Right? This goes from right here. Right? And then we have another right? We have another right? So that's the little difference right there. But here, this verse does not begin with bait. That is, however, the initial, right, of the second word, but it's initial bika, right? Because so it's interesting because some would propose that the Elohai would actually be at the end of the first verse. So the first verse would be Eleika Yahweh Nafshi Esa Elohai. So for the first verse, and then the second verse, right, to keep the alphabetical order, would be Bika for bait, Bika in the eye, right? So it has been suggested the name of Elohim, right, or the title of Elohim, right, was not considered to be part of the acrostic, and therefore the verse has the required letter in the Bika, right? Modern scholars point to the fact that verse 1 consists of a single line and suggests, right, that the original text had a parallel line that ended with Elohai, right? That alone remains and was attached to verse 2, some say, right? The integrity of the Masoretic text is here supported by the agreement with the LXX, right? Or what they call the Koine Greek text. Let me not be ashamed, al ebosha, as I would be if the taunt of mine enemies, oivai, were justified, right? Vis-a-vis that my trust, my batach, right? My bitachon, my confidence in Elohim, in Elohai, Haliyai, would not help me, would not help I. So right here, this verse, Elohai, Bika, Batachti, Alevosha, Ali al Baili. Here to verse 3, the Gimel verse. Here we have the Gimel verse, the Gamel verse. Here, right? The third verse, right? Yea. So the KJV starts out with yea. Make no one that wait on thee be ashamed. Make them be ashamed that transgress without cause. Now here's what's interesting. Here's the third verse, and the third letter of the Hebrew alphabet begins this verse. The Gimel, the Gimel, the Ga, right? We have Gam. Gam means also. Gam, Kola Koireka. Gam, Kola Koireka. Lo Yevoshu. Yevoshu. Ha Bogadim Rekam. Right? Don't let none that wait, right? That wait on thee. But actually says all. It says gam, Gam here, let's know gam right here. Gam, it's a particle, but it has a meaning of also, right? Even, indeed, depends on how it's used. Also or moreover. Like if you're giving an emphasis, gam, right? Such and such and such, gam, also, right? Gam, right? So we have gam. It can be used in different senses, depends on, where it's found. But here, as a sense of like also call, all, koiweka, right? Koiweka, some will say koiveka, modern Hebrew gam, call koiveka, right? All those who kawa, right? This is similar to like the word for weight in them hard koye. Here is kawa, koi, kawa, right? These kind of go together, the sense of waiting, expecting, right? The sense of waiting is more in the sense of expecting. The secondary sense of kava, is to collect, to bind together. So it says like a sense of waiting to expect something is like binding something, collecting it and binding together. The inner sense of the Hebrew, right here, the Yehudit, to bind together as if by twisting, right? As if by collecting, right? In the figurative sense is to expect or to wait, right? So that gives even a kind of a better sense, a more applicable sense. So here it says call, right? All, right? So it said let no one. The Hebrew is also all, right? Also all who wait upon thy, who expect, right? Who collect and bind together in expecting of the eye, or he who be, lo yevoshu. Don't let them be bush or bush. Don't let them be put to shame, right? Lo yevoshu, right? Don't let them be put to shame. Yeboshu. Let them be put to shame. Ha bogadim. Rekam. The bogadim. Ha bogadim. Bogadim come from bagad. Bagad has a twofold sense. The first of the twofold sense, in a sense of ha bogadim, right, applying to like people, is like the bogadim are like those who act treacherously, deceitfully. Bogadim, right? Ha bogdim, right? Ha bogdim. The faithless ones, right? The ones who are so incredible. They're not credible. They're not credit worthy. They're incredible. The faithless one, deceitful ones, offend, right? But in the secondary sense of this word, right, bagad means to cover, right? So there's the word beged. Beged is like a garment, something that covers, like a garment. One word for like clothing garment is beged, so the sense of cover. But these ones, ha bogadim, the who act treacherously because they act covertly, right? They act in a covered way, So the implication, right, of this word here is like pillage, right? So it's saying here, don't let all, and also all. See, the sense is and also all. Don't let mine enemies triumph over me, and also all who wait on the eye. So he's including like saying, don't let none of them triumph over me, triumph over me and like, rejoice or jump for joy. Right? God put my trust in the eye. Right. So what he's saying by that, and what we're saying by that is like saying that they know I trust in the eye. So it's like almost like your name and your glory is in this because I put everything on you, right? And also all those others also, right? Gam, call, koyoeka, right? Lo yevoshu, lo yevoshu. Don't let them be ashamed, abashed. Yevoshu, let them be ashamed. Habogadim rekam, right? Those who act treacherous ones, rekam, right? Now, who deal treacherously, Reikam means vainly, emptily, to raka, like to empty out something, to empty, being ineffectual or undeservedly. This often is translated as without a cause. Remember when Robenu, right? Ha'adon Yeshua, Yeshua Hanotri, Anai Rabbi, the Rabbi Yeshua, when he said, don't call your brother, right? Raka. It comes from this sense right here, Reika, right? The sense of rek, empty, right? Worthless, right? Ineffectual, right? So they are acting, they're doing this, right? Without cause. There's no good, there might be a cause for it, but really he's saying without cause, without any cause, Reika, in a worthless way, ineffectual way. What do we have here? In this third verse here, he answers, right? He answers, right? He answers the doubt implied in his prayer, his tefillah, right? He will not be put to shame, right? Because that is never the experience of those who trust, right? Who trust, who have confidence, always faithful, always sure, upon Yahweh Eloheinu, right? Bashem Yeshua. And the and is there, put your trust, your confidence, of course, upon him, him, right? And right, are innocent, right? Be righteous, right? Make the right choice, the way, the truth, and life, thereby be innocent, right? Or at least that righteousness can be imputed by him to you. So right here, this verse right here, Gam kolak oiweka lo yeboshu. Yeboshu habokdim rekam. Here, to the Dalet verse, the fourth verse right here. Shew me thy ways, O Yahweh. Teach me thy paths, right? And here, keeping with the order of the Hebrew alphabet, right? Here after Gimel comes Dalet. Here we have Derakeka, 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 your dereks, your ways, Derakeka, your ways, your dereks, right? Derakeka, Yahuwah, your ways, O he who be, Hodaini, Hodia, Ani, right? Hodia, Ani, Hodaini, right? Shew them to me, Yada, right? Now here, this is the root word, but why it says Hodaini, Hodaini is because of its kind of a nephil, right? The kind of a nephil sense of this right here, right? No, actually, it's the whole file, made known, right? You see what the whole file says, to be made known, right? Hodi'ani come from a two-part Hodi'ah, and the final part, right? The ni from ani, I, like Hodia, make known, like make known to me, right? Darakeka, right? Darakeka Yahuwah Hodaini, Orchoteka Lamdaini, right? And your orchot, right? Your orachs, right? Orach is singular. So it's saying your paths, right? Your paths right here. This word here is orchoteka, your orach. Orach is a path, orach, right? Your orachs, right? Your orachs, your paths. Orchoteka lamdaini, right? Teach me, lamed. So we have lamad here, right? The word lamad, right? Similar to the letter L, lamed, right? Means to learn, to teach. Lamdaini, lamed ani, teach ani, teach I. Lamdaini, teach me, right? Teach me orchoteka, teach me your path. So what do we have here? Derakeka Yahuwah hodaini, orchoteka lamdaini. Here. Verse 4. Shew or show me. It's not shew me, but cause me to know, right? Cause me to yada, right? Cause me to know, right? Thy ways, right? Thy dereks, right? Thy derakeka, right? Your ways. What do we have here? Moshe's prayer. This is Moses' prayer. Moses' prayer in Exodus chapter 33 and 13. This is Moses' prayer. Derakeka Yahuwah hodaini, orchoteka lamdaini. right? Moshe's prayer caused me to know, especially the part where he says, Hod Aini, right? The Rakeka Yahweh, Hod Aini, caused me to know the ways, right? The directs of Elohim, of the Creator, is to understand, understand, overstand, right? The Elohim meaning, the divine meaning, and purposes of his or her one's own life and liberty, and those happening around one and one, so that that one and one may order, thereby order his or her one's own conduct accordingly, right? Accordingly. This here connects even with verse 10. Take note of this verse in verse 10, right here, here. The rakeka Yahweh Aini, Orchoteka Lamdeini. Here to the fifth verse right here, the hey. The fifth verse right here, right? Lead me in thy truth and teach me, for thou, the God, right? The Elohim, the God of my salvation. On thee do I wait all the day. On thee do I wait all the day. Now, something interesting right here. Let's go to the word. We have the word kawa, that to expect, right? Because to wait, right? But to expect, to bind together, to collect. Here, now, after the dalet, the fourth verse come, the next letter of the Hebrew alphabet is hey, right? It's hey or the ha, right? Here we have ha, hadarekeni, hadarek ani. Hadrekenia ba amiteka with lamdenia kiata Elohe Yishai oteka kawiti call hayom. Here he says hadrekeni, right? Hadrekeni, right? Lead me, or darak. You know, like the word derek is way, right? Is way, like a noun. Here is the verb root, right? Derek way, right? He said to shoot me, cause me to know, right? Darkeka. Now he says hadrikeni, hadrik ani, right? And here's the sense of to trod, right? To tread, right? To try, to tread, right? But in this sense right here, we have this right here, the he fill sense, right? Hadarikeni here from Darak, the sense of this here, the build of this here is to tread, right? To bend the foot like the bow. It connects with like the archer, right? Sense. But in this context, to cause to go, to lead, to march. Like show me how to march, show me how to step, show me how to try. And the derek is like the well-trodden way, right? So he says, Hadrikeni, right? Hadrikeni, Ba'amiteka, with Lamdeni, right? Lead me by miteka in your emet, amiteka. The word for truth is the Hebraically is like firmness, faithfulness. It kind of connects with the word for faith, right? Or trust and truth, right? Here, the word for truth, stability, certainty, trustworthiness because of truthworthiness, right? Ba miteka, right? With lamdeni, and lamed, again, the teach, the lamad, with lamde ani, and teach me, right? And then he says here, he says kiata, for the eye male, kiata, for the eye, ata, the pronoun you, speaking to an individual male, kiata Elohe Yish'i, for you are the Elohim of Elohe. Elohe means the Elohim of, right? And Elohai means my Elohim, as we had in the beginning. That nuance there. This is a constructive. Elohe, the Elohim of Yish'i, right? My Yesha'a, my deliverance, my rescue, my safety, my victory, right? Yish'i, right? My prosperity, right? Elohe Yish'i. Kiata, Elohe Yish'i, right? The Elohim of my salvation, my victory, right? Otika, right? To the eye, right? To the eye, like to the eye. Otika, almost like in Hebrew the word ot means sign. So it's like a sign ka to the eye, right? For to the eye. Otika, right? Kaviti, kawiti, I wait, I expect. Otika, kawiti, call hayom, call all hayom, all the day, right? Otika, kawiti, call hayom. For to the eye, the sign to the eye, right? Do I wait, I expect all the day. What do we have here? In thy truth, ba amiteka, in thy emet, truth, not the true conception of Elohim's nature, in your truth, right? See, some might think, well, that means you're going to understand the fullness of Elohim's nature, right? The nature of natures. No, but it's the true way of life is what he's pointing to, right? You know, like sometimes one want to know everything about Elohim, but Elohim is showing us everything about the way of life and live, right? If we do that, then we can learn something about his nature because then we know that it's true. So in thy truth is not speaking of the true conception of the divine, the Elohim nature or nature. However, it's speaking about the true way of life to follow, the true way of life to walk, to try it out, to live it out. A verse beginning with the letter wow, vav, right, or wow, is omitted here, and also in Psalm 34. So that comparison, right, to Psalm 34, because at this same place in the Psalm, there's an omission of the sixth letter, the wow, the vav, what would be a sixth verse, right, in that sense for the alphabetical. So right here, let's go to the next verse right here, the wow, right? This is the wow verse, but it doesn't begin. It begins with a Zion, the seventh letter. But be that as it may, here, it says, Remember, Yahweh, O he who be, thy tender mercies and thy loving kindness, for them, ever of old, the tender, the bowels, the tender, right? They're ever of the olam, of the time out of mind, right? The ancient time, the future time, right? Time indefinite, right? Time out of mind, forever, ever. But notice the word olam, elsewhere, the same word olam is defined as like forever, like going to the future, right? But the word olam in the Hebrew can also be applied to the past because the root word is alam, to be concealed. So the idea pertaining to time is to a concealed time. It's to like a time out of mind. And that's the sense of the Hebrew sense of forever. But here it says, remember, O Yahweh. Here in the Hebrew it says Zikor. So Yahweh says to us to, right, Zakor et Yom HaShabbat Lekadisho, to remember, Zakor et Yom HaShabbat, the day of the Shabbat Lekadisho, to keep it set apart. And here in the prayer, we say Zikor, right, to Yahweh. We say for Yahweh to remember, right, to call to mind. Zikor Rachameika, recall to mind your Rachameika. Remember the word Racham? We touched on this, the womb. You see the word the womb? The first sense of the word as a noun is the matrix of the womb. But the context of it is to the compassion, right? Because this word here from the Racham means to love deeply, to have mercy. One of the attributes of Yahweh, who he be compassionate, have tender affection, right? The sense of love, right? To have compassion, be compassionate, applied of Elohim and applied of human being, right? Right here. The root word idea is like to fondle, to love, to be compassionate. Yes. So here we're saying to Yahweh, Zikor Rachameka Yahweh. Remember, call to mind, Zakar, right? Zakar, remember, recall, call to mind, Rachameka, right? Your tender mercies, your compassionatenesses. Oh, he who be. Wa chasadeka, and your cheseds, and your loving kindnesses, right? Your faithfulnesses, your loving kindness, another attribute of Yahweh. Remember when it says hold the Aini, and it says Moshe's tefillah, prayer? That's where Yahweh revealed his back parts and the 13 attributes of who he be, right? Expressing more of the showing light, right, in who he be, in the meaning of the name. Wa hasadeka, and your tender mercies, your loving kindnesses, and your tender mercies, rachameka and chasadeka, right? Ki, for, because, ki, me olam, from eternity past and from eternity future, hey ma, they be, right? In other words, the sense of olam, it speaks about time in the sense that the Hebrews, that's embedded in the Hebrew language. And the root word is to be concealed. But notice here it's not speaking about the future, but it's speaking about the past from old. But the word eternity can apply to future and to past. Something to meditate on. Ki me olam heima. What it's saying as pertaining to time, right, is time out of mind. So time is an artificial construct, yeah, right? But he who be who he be, he exists outside of time and in time, right? You know what I mean? And on time, his time, right? You know, he who he be. So even his rachameka, his tender mercies, and chasadeka, his loving kindness. This is a part of who he be. So even before time, almost like before creation and afterwards, right? If there's an after, it's still there. So appealing to that, right? Zekor rachameka Yahweh wa chasadeka ki me olam heima, heima, they themselves. Remember, the key word here is the zak, is a zakor, zikor, right? The command to remember. Since Elohim's nature, his nature, right, is unchangeable, he must be merciful to the suffering now as he proved himself to be in the past, right? So in the eternal time out of mind past, right? The veiled past and the veiled future, right? Then be so now. This is what this verse brings out here, and here to the Zayn, seventh verse right here, today's daily psalm, to complete the opening section, the appeal, right? For protection, guidance, and pardon. Remember, another remember not. Right? So there's a positive remember and a kind of negative remember. There's a negative remember, right? Remember not, right? Do remember, right? He said in the previous verse, he said, do not remember the sins, the uckery, the falling short, right? The chat'ah, right? The chat'ah, right? Chat'ah comes from, this is the root right here, chat'ah, to miss, right? The midst, the lapse, be caught lacking, right? The offense, the sin, the crimes of my youth, nor my transgressions, according to thy mercy. You see that right there? He didn't say according to my righteousness, all the good that I've done, and that. No. According to thy mercy, right? Remember, right? Thou me for thy goodness sake, O Yahweh, O he who be who he be, right? Here he says, we say chataot, chatot, chatot, right? Chatot, right? Sins, neorai of my youth, the sins of my youth. Or fishai, my rebelliousness, my transgression. Or fishai, al tizkor, al don't tizkor, you remember, al tizkor, don't remember. Chatota ne'oraya ufishai, al tizkor, ka chasideka, according to your chesed, your mercy, right? Zekar li, remember me or for me. Zekar li, ata, remember for me, you. Remember for me, you. That's literally Zekar li ata. Remember li for me, to me, ata, you. Zekar li ata. Remember to me, for me, you. That's a beautiful prayer there. Zekar li ata. Oh Yahweh, Zekar li ata. Remember for me, to me, you. Lima'an. lima'an, so that, right, tuveka, right, so that, or because, for the intent, the purpose of, tuveka, tuveka, tub, goodness. Tob is good and tub is goodness. Tubeka, Yahuwah. Chatota ne'rayo fisha'ai. Al tizkor, ka chasideka, zikar li ata. Lima'ana tubeka, Yahuwah. Here. He mentions sin, right? Sin, right? You know, what we don't deal with so much in the churches, many churches, not all, the hata'ah, the missing the mark, the forfeiture, the crimes, right? The fornication under the crown, right? Of the King of Kings. Here. Sin, right? Chata, right? Means like missing, something you missed to do, right? In the context of Torah, it's inadvertent errors, as we have in Psalm 1 and 1, inadvertent errors, right? Due to youthful, right? He says of ne'orai, of my being a naor, right? In a female sense of ne'ora, right? Early youth, right? The sense of juvenility, you know, being a young person, right? Those there. And he says, fisha'ai, my pesha, sometimes translated as transgression, but it's also rebellion, right? Transgression is like a rebellion. You know, like we know better, you know, but we do. It's like that rebellion, right? It's a revolt. This word also is applied to national revolt, fesha, right? To moral revolt, or really just or really unjust, right? Revolt, right? Against true, really justness. So an act of rebellion against Elohim's will, going against his will, right? In mature age. So some look at the sin to be the sins, right? Chatot, when I was a youth, right? Naor, right? But then the transgression is as I mature, right? Because I mature, I'm grown, I know things, I'm going against his will in mature age. So some look at this verse as applying to when I was young and even when I got mature, as well, there were transgressions. So according to thy mercy, thy chesed, right? Zikar li ata, remember thou me. Remember thou I, or remember for I the I, right? Right? Zakar li ata, for thy goodness sake, right? Tubeka, right? So here's this word here, tube, is like goodness, right? Goodness, like the goodness of Elohim, his goodnesses, right? Goodness, gladness, all things good, beneficial, right? But goodness, right? For goodness sake. For thy what? For thy goodness sake, right? Do this not for my goodness sake. Lima'ana tubeka, Yahweh, right? He does not rest, and we should not either our appeal for forgiveness upon any merits that he or we may possess. However, upon Elohim, the creator, the judge, Elohim's goodness. That's why the Elohim, as a title used of Yahweh in these contexts, brings out that sense of the judge. You know what I mean? You're not going to call the judge by his personal name, in that sense, but falling on the mercy, right, of the court, as it be, right? So, hence, the next section, right, it contains praise of Elohim's character as revealed in his dealings and his doings, right? His dealings and his doings with man. So, we have verses 8 to 14. All right, we'll try to push through, but want to touch on some of these keys for the I and I and I. Here we have the chet, perek chet, right? Verse chet, the Hebrew letter chet, eighth letter of the Hebrew alphabet. Here, this section, verses 8 to 14, the praise. So the opening appeal, like a prayer, an appeal, right? Invocation, an appeal for protection, guidance, and pardon. And here we have the praise. So some say praise and worship, not understanding what worship is. Worship is prostration, bowing down, falling on your face. You don't see them doing that, right? Unless you just fall out or something, but they don't, you know what I'm saying? So they shouldn't call it praise and worship. They should call it prayer and praise. Let's have a prayer and praise service, right? Because worship, right, is prostration, right? And it's interesting, the things that be going on. But anyway, here, this verse here, praise, the praise, right? Praise of Elohim, Yahweh Eloheinu. Good and upright, Yahweh is he who be who he be. Therefore will he teach sinners in the way, the truth, and the life of the King of Kings Christ, Yeshua HaMashiach. Tob, we Yashar, Yahweh, Al Kain, Yoreh, Chataim, Badarek. Here it says, Tob, good, attribute of Yahweh, he who be, who he be Tob, good. And who he be? Yahweh, he be Yashar, he be Tob, he be good, Tob, right? He be Yashar, right? Upright, straight, correct, right? He be upright, right here. He be right, right? Straight, right? Oh, we Yashar, Yahuwah, right? Good, beneficial, and leveled up, upright, right? Straight is he who be. All Cain, therefore, all Cain, right? On affirmative, therefore, all Cain. Yoreh, Yoreh, Yoreh. Now, Yoreh is an interesting word from Yara, right? Yara. Now, Yara means to throw, to shoot, to pour, like to shoot, to throw water, to shoot, to point. Also here, this is actually the root word of Torah. Torah comes from Yara. So here it says Yoreh, right? Yoreh. He will teach. He will point out, show, direct, teach, instruct. Yoreh, right? And so we have the Moreh and the Morah, the instructors, Hebraically speaking, the Moreh, the male, and the Morah, right? But Yoreh. This word here is the root of the word Torah, right? From Yara, right? Here it says Yoreh, Al Cain, Yoreh. Therefore, right, on this, right, affirmative, Yoreh, he will teach. Chataim. So we had the chatot, sins, right? And here we have the chataim, the sinners. Chataim, Al Cain, Yoreh Chataim Badarek, right? In the Darek, the Derek, in the way, right? Therefore, Al Cain. A case of cause and effect. So when we have the Al Cain, right? All mean like up upon, and Cain is like an agreement, like to say yes, right. It can be a consent, right? So Al Cain translates to be therefore. So the Al Cain, right, is like a case of cause and effect. Therefore, Al Cain, therefore, because he is Yashar, he is upright, right? He must, right, necessarily offer guidance to those who stray from the right path. It's like sometimes you see in court, sometimes judges have to judge somebody because the crime that they have been, adjudicated to have committed. But sometimes they give a little advice. They still try to show certain things. They might take, you could say, mercy, right? He must necessarily offer guidance to those who stray from the right path, right? The Rebbanim, the scholars and rabbis of Torah, they deem this one of the great sayings of the scripture. Here. One of the great sayings, Al Kain Yoreh Chataim Badarek. Therefore, he will teach Yoreh, right? Chataim Badarek. He will teach the sinners, the uckers, in the way. So some will say, man, I don't know if I could follow the way, the truth, and the life of Yeshua HaMashiach, the King of Kings Christ. 'Cause I got all these stuff going on with me, man, and I got to be perfect. No, it says right here, Al Kain Yoreh Chataim Badarek. He will teach, right, sinners in the way. You know what I mean? Like when they go through practice, they usually practice what it is that they're trying to do. You check. Practice makes perfect. Since Elohim is good, right? He is just, right? He is just. Sinners, uckers, lackers, misses of the mark, caught lacking, must suffer the consequence of their misdeed, of their being caught lacking or slacking. And because Yahweh Eloheinu, because Ha Elohim is just, right? He is Sadiq, right? He is Tob, right? And has Tub, goodness. He is good and has goodness. These consequences, of men's sins, his lack, his uckery, his missing the mark, falling short, right, prove in the end to be not vindictive. Right? Think that Yahweh is vindictive, but actually remedial, right? Remedial. Ba darek, right? It's not bidarek, but it's ba darek, to say in ha darek, in the way, not just a derek, but in the way of teshuvah, of repentance, of turning from the stray way to Yahweh, truth, and life, whereby the sin of the Akka may and we should retrace, right, our erring steps, right, recount our erring steps, right, commend. This is what's commended by the scholars of Torah, right, and even the righteous Rebbanim, the rabbis, the scholars, right, make him repent and obtain his atonement. That was the teaching. Make him repent, have a change of mind due to shuva, right, due to shuva, right, and then you obtain kapar, right? You obtain that covering. Then you're covered, right? You obtain that at one ment, right? My children, what do I ask of you, right? According to one midrash on this verse right here, seek me, seek I and live, seek I and live. And that's it's a pun in the Hebrew, the word darash. We have like the midrash. Darash means to seek, even to seek in worship and to seek in study. So here, oh, but we yashar Yahweh al kain yoreh chataim badarek. Here to the eighth verse, the ninth verse right here. The meek will he guide. Continuing on this theme here. This is the praise. Yes, praise. The meek will he guide in judgment, and the meek will he teach his way. Uh-oh. The meek. This is a character, right? Anav. So the anav or anav. Modern Hebrew, anav, right? Ancient pointing, anav. The anayo, anayo, right? The anal. The anal is the one who is ana, right? Who is like poor, humble, afflicted, meek, right? The sense of the poor and the weak, right? This has at its root sense to be depressed. It could be in a figurative sense or an actual sense or a financial sense, right? Or in mind, right? But even those who go through certain things, it kind of humbles you. Like it says, well, blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs. This is the connection right here in the Torah, right? Those who are depressed, right? They could be down pressed, right? They could be humble, right? But this is that poor in spirit sense, right? Because poor in spirit is not about no material wealth. You know what I'm saying? Poor in spirit, right? Or in circumstance. They're depressed in circumstances. Humble. You see what it says? Humble, right? The humble, the lowly, the meek, the poor. That's why Hebraically, when we speak about the meek or the poor, it's in a sense of reverence. That's why the Psalms and the chants are so hot against those who take advantage of the poor and the weak and the meek, right? So here, it says, Darek. Slicha. Yadarek. Yadareka anawim. Yadarek anavim. Yadareka anawim. Right? He will do what? He will darak. That word darak, the root word for derek, for way. He will tread, to bend, cause to march, right? Once again, in the sense right here, to walk, right? Like to string a bow, but in a sense, to cause to trod, right? So in one sense, the cause to trot as like an army trot or soldier's step, right? And the next sense is like in the sense of bending a bow, when you string a bow, right? Like it says, teachers in our hands, for war, fingers to fight. Check? Right there. Even spiritually. Yad reika anawima ba mishpat. The meek, the anawim, the anavim, will he guide? Yad reik. How? Ba mishpat, in the judgment, right? In the judgment, in the mishpat. Mishpat is judgment, right? Judgment in the whole process, right? The act of deciding a case, right? The procedure of a case, the cause, the sentence, the execution of judgment, the time of judgment. But so here, ba mishpat. We are lamed, we lamed, or we and ye lamed. We ye lamed, we lamed, and he will lamed, and he will teach the lamad here again. Notice how much teaching is here in this guidance and teaching. We lamed anawim, and he will teach the anawim, the humble, the depressed, right, in mind and circumstances, and therefore have a humble character, right? That is of enough value of Yahweh Elohai Eloheinu, right? Here we are lamed anawim darko, and he will teach the anawim, the meek, darko, his derek, darko, his way, from derek, darko. He will teach them his derek, darko, his way, the way, the truth, and the life. So what do we have right here? Humble, anawim, the anawim. More on this in Psalm 9, verses 12, 13. Here, the word has a wider sense. The humble are the opposite, right, of the arrogant who follow their own inclinations. In this sense, it's like Lazarus, the poor man. You remember the parable, right? The mashal of Robenu. Yeah. So it's like Lazarus, right? That poor man, right? And then there was the rich man. You remember the rich man? So the rich man, like the arrogant, who follow their own inclination, like Dawid and that Nabal, that fool named Nabal, or that fool named fool, right? His own inclinations, wherever they lead him, right? Follow after feeling, right? Even if the feelings change, then he's going to change, right? Whereas the former are the desirous, the anawim, right? The meek, the anawim, the humble, the anawim, right? Desirous, even those who are down pressed, right? Because pressure makes a diamond. You check just for that context. Whereas the former, right, the anawim, are of making themselves subservient, humbling themselves to Yahweh Eloheinu and the way, the truth, and the life of the King of Kings Christ, Yeshua HaMoshiach. They are anxious for his instruction, right? The law of life that's found in HaMoshiach Yeshua, right? The Torah of life that's found in Moshiach Yeshua, right? Yes, they are, in that case, you say anxious, right? For his instruction, and he thereby, pled, honors and imparts, right? Imparts it to them. He honors that request by imparting, right, the instruction. So here we see judgment or justice, right, the principles, some say, of right conduct, the principles of right conduct, and to act in right conduct. But this verse does link with, in the spirit of it, the poor in spirit, because some people are looking at the literal sense of it, but they're missing the connection of Hebrew ideas, right? The poor in spirit is like the anav, right? The poor, the humble, the afflicted. When we bring it down here to the root, to be depressed, figuratively, right? Or like humbled, it could be depressed in one sense or in mind, thereby gentle, right? And the circumstances, trusting in Yahweh, truth, and life. Here, the Yod verse, the 10th verse right here, right? The 10th verse right here. All the paths, So also note here, there's ways, right? His way, and there's paths. All the paths of Yahweh, mercy and truth, to such as keep his covenant and his testimonies. You see the context? That's a condition there, right? And that condition is even there in the Brit Chadasha, right? You can't find unconditional, you only can read into it like that. But here, there's a context. It says, he who believes, right, it gets baptized, right? But one who doesn't believe is damned already. So one who doesn't believe or credit, can't, they're already damned. So you have to tell them the truth. You're damned already. Why? Because this is the way, right? All the paths of Yahweh, mercy and truth, to such as keep, right? His covenant, right? Keep his covenants, like the new covenant which says keeping his commandments, right? And his testimonies, and also that's in the Brit Kadasha, even in Revelation, it speaks that way. Call archot, all the paths of Yahuwah, he who be, who he be. Call archot, Yahuwah chesed, chesed, right? Mercy, we'emet, and amet. Chesed we'emet. Le notre, right? Burrito. That notre, his burrito, his covenant. Now, the interesting thing about the word notre is the word natsar. Natsar is the root of Nazarene in the Hebrew. So Yeshua was known as Yeshua Hanotzri. And in translation, they often have it as Jesus of Nazareth, Yeshua, or Jesus of Nazareth. But the Nazareth come from the Natsar, right? So when so what the Notre, right? Like the Notre, those who what? Those who guard. Le Notre Burrito, watch over, keep guard, preserve, keep guard, like a watchman, Notre. So that's interesting. That brings out more on what the significance of Nazareth is in the title of Jesus or Yeshua, Jesus of Nazareth. Yeshua Ha-Notri. The Hebrew sense is Ha, the Notri, right? Almost like the keeper, the guarder, Ha-Notri, right? So to such as keep burrito, his, see, burrito, his barit. Barit is covenant, barit, right? Covenant, right? And his testimonies. We edotayo, vedotav, we edotayo, right? His edut, right? The eda, right? A testimony here is edot, right? Testimonies, witnesses. So what do we have right here? The paths, right? The paths of Yahuwah. Call Archot Yahuwah, the Archot Yahuwah. He gives the answer to his She'elah, right? His petition, right? In verse 4. So here, to what was petitioned in the fourth verse of Psalm 25, right, is here answered in the 10th verse in terms similar to those that was proclaimed by Yahweh Eloheinu to Moshe Rabbeinu, to Moses, covenant, right, covenant, Berit, made at Sinai, right? But here we can also apply this with the Berit Chadasha, the renewed covenant, right? From Sinai to Zion. Exodus chapter 19, verse 5. Testimonies. This is found in Psalm 19. Go to Psalm 19, around about verse 7, verse 8. It speaks about the testimonies of Yahuwah and the purpose thereof. Here, verse 11, the Yod Aleph verse, right here. For thy name's sake, O Yahuwah, right? Pardon mine iniquity, for it great. For it's great, it's big, right? Lima'an, to the intent of, for the sake of, for, right? Lima'an shimka, Yahuwah, for the sake of, to the intent of your name. Lima'an shimka, Yahuwah, for the sake of your Shem. Shimka, the I, male name, Shem, for the sake of your name. Lima'an shimka, Yahuwah, for thy name's sake, for thy Shem's sake. Interesting that Exodus is actually known from the Hebrew perspective, the Yehudi perspective, as Shemot. Shemot is names, as Shem is name, and the Hashem is the name. But here we say, and he says, Lima'an, for that to the intent of Shimka, your male name, Yahweh, he who be, who he be. We salachta, Visalachta, Wisalachta, Salach. Some say Salakia, right? Salach, Slicha. Salach means to forgive. Salach. So some Israelites here, some will say Slika, right? Or in the Hebrew, Slicha, like forgive, Slicha, or Slichu. If I say to all of you, Slichu, you all of y'all, but Salach, to forgive, to pardon, right? So here it says, "Where salachta," for the I, oh, he who be has forgiven, la, uh, la avoni, la aoni, la aoni, or la avoni. Modern Hebrew, la avoni. V'salachta la avoni, right? Has forgiven my avon, aon, right? Aoni, right? Has forgiven my perversity, my depravity, right? The guiltiness, right? Guilt, the consequent, like the guilt resting on the conscience. You have forgiven, right? You have pardoned that. Key for because Rab who? Key because Rab nuff who? For nuff he. Now it's interesting here it says Ki Rab hu. Now the translators say, they say for it great. For it great. The literal sense is Ki Rab, for because Rab, the word Rab here is not Gadol great, it is Rab. Rab can mean much, many, right? Much, many who, much, many he. So normally you would think that it would say, for my avoni, aoni, my moral perversities, right? The plural sense is there, that like they are many, for it is, right? He is. It's just an interesting context here. But here, for thy name's sake, right? Lima'an shimka, right? For your name's sake. He gives, right here, right? The appeal is to the divine attribute of mercy and truth, right? This is interesting right here, what we have right here, right? Appeal to the divine attributes of mercy and truth. What's up right here? For thy name's sake, right? I appeal to the divine attribute of mercy, chesed wa emet. Chesed wa emet. Remember Moses said, so that I may know you, and then he revealed those 13 attributes, of which chesed and mercy were 2 of the 13. So here in the prayer, right, to he who be who he be, appealing to he who be, he who be the mercy. He is the mercy. He has the mercy. He is the mercy and the truth. I appeal on your attribute of who you be, mercy and truth. Chesed wa emet, right? For an expiation of my avon, my iniquity, right? My uckery, my moral perversity. Why? Ki rab hu, right? For it is great. For he is great. For he is much. He is many, right? Not although it is great, right? Some interpret although it is great, ki rab hu, right? But because it is nuff, because my uckery, my sin, my avon, my perversity, right? My twistedness is so grievous, I can only deep end, right, upon the infinite love of Yahweh Elohai, my Elohim, he who be, for pardon, right? For pardon and clearing of the guilty conscience. Lima'an shimka Yahuwah wislachta avonia kia ravahu. Here to the Yod Bait, the 12th verse right here. What man he that feareth better, that respective reverence, he who be Yahweh, him shall he teach in the way he shall choose. Now here's what's interesting. We didn't read it with italics there. Him shall he teach in the way he shall choose. This brings up the Hebrew sense, right? It says, what man, right? What man? Notice, elsewhere man might be Ish. Might be Adam, but here it is Ish, right? Ish is like the higher man, and Adam is like the just all man, regular man, right? Yeah, the high man low, right? When it says to all, like low and high, rich and poor together, it says B'nai Adam for man low, sons of Adam, and B'nai Ish, right? For man of a responsibility station. Even Ish is used like Ishi in the sense of my man Hebraically, or my husband. And then when Adam saw Hawa, he called her Isha, right? So right here, he didn't call her Adama. But here it says mize, right? Who this? Literally in the Hebrew, who this, right? Me, who, ze, this he, right? Mize Haish, who this, the man. Mize Haish, who this, the man. Mize Haisha Yirei Yahweh, who reverence, who respect, who has a reverence. Yare, reverence, right? Has a reverence, a moral reverence, respect, right? Mize Haisha Yirei Yahweh, Yoreinu Abidareka Yivahar. Bidarek Yivhar. Here, here, here. What man? Like literally, who this, the man? Who reverence, who respect he who be who he be. Yoreinu. He will point out, he will notice we have two interesting words here, right? They're similar but not the same. We have Yara, right? Here. This is the root of the word for Torah, Yara, right? Which means to throw, to cast, to shoot, right? But also to point, to direct, to aim, to teach, right? And Torah, instruction. Then the word here, feareth, is Yare. So we have Yare, right? And Yara. Yare, Yara. This means to be reverent, to be respectful, right? Morally reverent. Yeah? So it's kind of an interesting in the Hebrew. There's like a little pun by these two similar words that have a variance of meaning. Mizeh haisha yirei Yahweh yoreinu b'dereka yivchar, in the way that he shall choose. The word bahar, bahar, to choose, to elect, the elect of God, right? To choose, the elect, right? To try, to select, right? In the way that yivhar, yivhar, that he who he be will choose. The way that some say he should choose. Bidarek yivhar, the sense of that, some say from the Hebrew, the way that he should choose, right? He should teach him, right? In the way that Yibchar, he should select, he should choose. Being possessed, or rather being filled, right, with awe and reverence, right? Yirah, right? Reverence of Elohim, Yirat Elohim, right? He becomes amiable, right, to Yahweh's instruction, Torah, so that he learns that that is the right path to select for himself. So the way that he should choose, b'derek yibchar, from the sense of being filled with reverence, right, respect, reverence of Elohim, the creator, the judge, right? One would become amiable, right, to his instruction, ha Torah, Torato, so that one may learn that that is the right path to select for oneself. So here, this verse here, Mize Haisha Yirei Yahweh, Yoreinu Abidareka Yivchar. Here to the Yod Gimel, the 13th verse to complete this section right here. His soul shall dwell at ease, and his seed shall inherit the earth. His soul, his psyche shall lodge in goodness, shall lodge in goodness. They say that's the Hebrew there. The Hebrew of the dwell is lodge in goodness, right? Right? This is the word lean, right? To lodge, to like spend the night, right? Here it says nafsho b'tov, talim, b'tov, in goodness. So the word at ease is tov, the word for good. So the word they say at ease, his soul shall dwell at ease. Nafsho b'tov talim, his soul, she, b'tov, in goodness, right? That is at ease, right? In goodness, pleasantness, and excellentness, right? Appropriateness, happiness, yes, right? Nafsho, his soul, his psyche, b'tov talim, talim, she shall dwell, because the soul is feminine, right? Nafsho b'tov talim, with zaro, and his zera, seed, zaro, his seed, right? His seed, right? His race, his seed, with zaro, yirash aretz, yirash, Yerash Aretz, right? Wezao Yerash Aretz, and his seed shall Yerash. They shall Yarash, right? Yerash, right? They shall seize, dispossess, take possession of, inherit, disinherit, occupy, impoverish, become the heir. This is the sense of like to inherit in the Hebrew sense. The idea of Yarash, when it says inherit in the Hebrew and the ancient Afro-Semitic sense, is to occupy. So to inherit something in the context here is to occupy by driving out previous tenants, right? It could be by war, it could be economically, it could be many ways. You know what I mean? To impoverish the others and drive them out, right? Or to occupy and drive them out, or like the Israelites, to defeat those 31 kings, right? And possess in their place. The implication can be to seize, rob, or to inherit. This is the Hebrew sense. It's like if I'm a landlord and I have a property, I told the tenants to leave, but they were comfortable because they've been there a long time, right? I might just leave. I could put them out, but no, I'm gonna do it the ancient way. I'm gonna then give that property to somebody else and put as a condition of it that they drive out the other tenants and don't do what the other tenants did to get driven out. That's what was told to Yisrael, right? So nafsho betov talin with zaro yirash aretz. What do we have here? Some translators actually say that his soul shall abide in prosperity, right? In prosperity, the tov sense. That's the word at ease, right? Tov, right? So his righteousness will be rewarded, right? Talking about the one in his way, truth, and life by Elohim's bounty, his tov, his tub, his goodness, right? Him being good and his goodness, and thereby lacking nothing, like the psalm says, Yahuwah Roi lo echsar, like he who be is my shepherd. I won't lack. I won't be caught lacking, right? Because he's my shepherd, right? He looks out. So here we have Psalm 34, round about verse 11, 10, 11, and also Psalm 37, round about verse 24, verse 25, for the sense of prosperity, goodness, the sense of at ease. So psychologically speaking, this is a very good thing. And then it is transferred as a baraka to his seed. His seed shall inherit the land. His seed shall do what? Inherit the land. His sons, his children will remain in possession of what is bequeathed to them. You know, it's like sometimes there's a generational, like a business. You know, like somebody might have business and it passed down from all these generations, and then there's a generation that just loses it all. It's something like the Israelites, you know, like we can see that there. But the baraka is that it should be pass it on, pass it on. Proverbs 2, right? Proverbs 2:21 says this: the upright shall dwell in the land, the wicked shall be cut off from the land. Again, the upright shall dwell in the land. The wicked, the Rasha, the defiant, shall be cut off from the land. Here, to the Yod Dalet, the 14th verse here. So we can complete this section here for the last section. Coming forward, the secret of Yahuwah with them that reverence, that respect him. And he will shew them his covenant. Wow. And his covenant to them to make them know it. Yeah, that's like the verse earlier with his shoe me, cause me to know. And his covenant to make them know it. He's gonna cause them to know what his covenant be. Right? Here. Sod Yahuwah Lia Reayo Ua Berito Le Chodiam Le Chodiam to Hoda, to call them the Yada, cause them to know. Lehodiam. Again, Sod Yahuwah Li Reayo. Uwa Berito Lehodiam. Right? So here, the secret, here is the word sod, the council, right? The council, the assembly, like council, like familiar conversation, like a close council, right? Like here is like familiar converse, right? Intimacy, the sense of the sword of Yahuwah is like that intimacy. right? The sword of Yahweh, right? And in the letter Samek, you see the hand sign of His Majesty in the letter Samek. Gonna build on that, Yah willing. But the sword is like a session, like a company of persons in close deliberation. Like when Yeshua said that if you love me, you will keep my sayings, and the Father will love you, and we will come, right, and have a session. You know, the sword of Yahweh have that session, a company of persons in close deliberation, right? The implication is intimacy, consultation, and a secret, right? This word can be used in this good sense, but it can be used in other senses to show that closeness too. But here is a secret, the secret counsel, the close counsel of He who be, who He be, li reaya, li reav, li reaya, with those that reverence, right? That Yare, right? Liayo, that reverence Him, right? And He will shew them, cause them to know, right? His covenant. Burrito, His burrito, His berit, His covenant, right? Contractual covenant agreement. He will yada'a, right? Yada'a, right? Cause them, cause them to know in like the nephil the nephil sense. No, we had touched on it before. The poal here, cause to know, right? Cause to know. The poal build from the yada is hodia, poal. Le hodiam, am is a suffix for them. Le hodiam, uberito hodiam, right? And for I, that's the Brit Chadasha. Yes, Rastafari. So what do we have here in the Yod Dalet verse? The counsel of Yahweh is with them that reverence Him, and His covenant to make them know it. To make them know it, right? So that they know it. The counsel is a secret. Secret, the counsel, intimate, close association. In addition to material prosperity, goodness in that sense, the righteous, right choice, enjoy an intimate fellowship and converse, right? They enjoy fellowship of the Ruach, right? The Ruach HaKadosh, the Spirit with Yahweh Eloheinu, to make them know it. Le Hodiam, by having a deeper and a fuller da'at, a fuller knowledge, right? A gnosis, a fuller da'at of what is implied in Eloheinu's covenant, in the burrito, right? With Him, that reverence, that truly respect and reverence Him. May they and we derive greater barakot, greater empowerments to prosper, barakot, blessing, from it and through it and in the way, truth, and life. So here to the closing section right here, verses 15 to 21. The prayer here, right here, we're gonna resume the prayer at the 15th verse, the 8th wow verse here, the 15th verse. This section here, the prayer, his prayer to Philato, resume. He says, my eyes ever toward Yahweh, for He shall pluck my feet out of the net. He shall bring forth, bring forth, right? Yatzah, cause to exodus, the sense of the exodus, yatzah, to exit, to come out, right? Yatzah, my feet, right? Ainai tamida illa Yahweh ki Yahuwah yotziya meya resheta raglai. May reshet raglai, my feet. Here he says, Ainai, mine eyes, my eyes, Ainai, mine eyes, tamid, ever, always, continually, tamid, continually, perpetually, to stretch, continually, going on, continually, right? Constantly, right? Ainai tamida illa Yahweh, illa Yatu, or two, right? Yahweh, to He who be. Ainai tamida illa Yahweh. My eyes are always continually to He who be. Ki who, for He, ki, because, ki who, for He, yotzi, He is the exoduser. He's the exoduser, right? He will exit, causing to come out. May from reshet, may reshet, may reshet. He will cause to come out from the reshet raglai, my regal, my feet, right? From the reshet. So the reshet is a net. May reshet, right? May reshet raglai. Regal is like a foot, right? Raglai is like my feet, right? He will cause my feet, right, to exodus, right, to come out of the net. So here his prayer resumed. He begins off, my eyes are ever toward Yahweh. My eyes are ever, 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 always, continually. Ainai tamida illa Yahweh, to he who be, as a source of help when in difficulty. When in difficulty. My feet out of their reshet, word for net, reshet, the net, all types of nets, out of their trap, their net, their trap for catching animals, their net, right? Be man in the image after the likeness of he who be, not a animal, right? Reshet, right? Compare this here with Psalm 9, round about verse 15, verse 16. Here, pushing it, moving on, the eighth Zion, 16th verse right here. What do we have here? Turn thee to me, and have mercy upon me, for I desolate and afflicted. Turn thee to me, and have mercy upon me. As I said, this psalm, it has a very personal, right? There's an intensely personal note here, right? Pene, a lie. Pene, pana is the word to turn. Panim is the word for face, right? But pana, right? Pene, peniel, el turning to peniel, turn, right? Pene, a lie. Turn to ani, turn to I. Pene, a lie. Turn to I with Honeni, Kia Yachid, with Ani, with Ani, with Ani, for what? Afflicted, Ani, I, for afflicted I, for I am afflicted. So what do we have right here? The word desolate is the word Yachid. Yachid means to be one and only, like to be alone, right? Only, like your only son, like the only begotten, the Yachid. Yachid, from the Ahad, one, Yachid, to be like one and only. He says, for I am like alone. I am alone. Panea lie. Turn to I, like turn your face, like look to me, like look at me. Almost like, you say somebody not looking at you, Panea lie. Panea lie, Panea lie. Right? He said, Panea lie, with Haneni, Ki Yachid, with Ani, right? For I am Ani. I am Ani. I am a Oni. Right? Remember the word Ana, the Anawim, the meek that we spoke about? Yeah, so that's a Oni, right? Afflicted, one who's afflicted, right? Depressed either in mind or in circumstances, right? Afflicted. Blessed are the poor in spirit. Check. Penei laya we honeni, and shohanan, right? Be gracious, show favor, right? Favor I. It's basically saying to favor I. You say there's no favoritism with Yahweh. Maybe there's not, but then we can ask him for favor, and if he's be so gracious, he will show favor, right? Hanan, right? Show mercy, but in the sense of favor, right? We're Hanani, Hanan Ani, show grace, favor, like pity me, right? We're Hanani, Ki Yachid, for I'm alone. We're Oni, and afflicted Ani, I. We're Oni Ani. Right? If you misread it, it would sound like we're Ani. But actually, we're Oni Ani. We're Oni Ani. Right? For afflicted I am. What do we have here? Turn thee to me. Penei Eli. Penei Eli. Pene Elai, to I. Pene Elai. Everything for the psalmist and Ani Va'ani depends on whether Yahweh Eloheinu's face, his face, Hebraically, in the Hebrew faith, Hebraically, it's all about the face, not just the physical face, but the presence, the perception. You know, everything for the psalmist depends on whether Elohim's face is turned toward him or away from him. Right? Penei, Penei, Peniel, Penuel, Penei Elai. Turn your face to I. Right? The outline of the landscape may not be altered, but how do its features and aspects change when from the midst of gray and the lowering clouds, the sunshine just breaks through, and the azure, that blue of Shemayim, of the heavens appears, right? So when you turn your face, it's like a cloudy day, and then all of a sudden, through the clouds, the blue skies come. Yeah, it's like that. That's a change. Like they say, like day and night, so to speak. Panei Elai. He says he's solitary, Yahid, right? Right, that Yahid there, right? Bringing out that solitary sense. Ki Yahid. The translator here says desolate. Yahid. Yahid. Right? The unique one, the only one. Right? The beloved. Sometimes translated the beloved. For beloved. Right? For soul lonely, only. That sense. Yahid. Right? Friendless. I don't got nobody. I'm like just one and only. I'm like one and only. Not just one. I'm not just one of, right? Ahad, one of. No, I'm actually Yahid, right? I'm like one and only. I'm by myself, right? I'm friendless. Here, to the 17th, right? The Yod Zain, right here. The troubles of my heart are enlarged. Bring thou me out of my distresses, out of my anxieties, right? Out of my anxieties. What's the difference here? Let me just look at this quickly. Chabarim, it says, was har chayv, uamimas ukotai. Mi mitsukotai, umimas ukotai, and then okay, between the harchev and the hirchivu, the Masoretic hirchivu. Okay, just a kind of little minor between sometimes the Septuagint and the Masoretic or a particular context. But we'll bring it out. Here. Sarota le bavi. Hirachivu. Mia mitsudo. Mi mitsukotai. Mia mitsukotai ahotseini. Lechoser, repeat. Sarota levavi. Hirachivu. Mia mitsukotai hotseini. So what do we have right here? Right? Troubles of my heart. Right? Tsarot. The tsarot. Let's bring it down here. The tsarot. Right? Tsarot is plural, come from tsara. The straits, the distress, the trouble, like the anxieties. Right? Something tight, something difficult. Right? Situation, tightness, trouble. Right? The best sentence like anxiety, adversity, adverse situations, adverse worries and anxieties. So what's being brought out here is Arota Levavia Hirachivu Mia Mitsukotai Hotseini. Right? The troubles of my heart are enlarged. Right? They. So here is a sense of the they. Hirachivu. Right? Yeah, Hirachivu. Right? Or Hirchiv, Rachab. Hirchiv. Right? Hirchiv is the Hefil sense of it, are made large. They're made large. Hirchiv. Right? Hirchivu. Right? They've become much, right? Bring thou me. This is the same sense of exodus, exit, yatsa, to come out, to exit, right? Right? Exit thou me out of my distress, like what Yisrael was saying, right? Coming out of Mitzrayim, right? The Yetziat. Bring thou me out of my distresses. Mia mitsukotai, from my mitsukotai, my mitsukot, from my mitsukot, right? Here, hotseini, right? From my mitzukot, hotseini. So the root word is yatsa. The build, right? It's not in the plain, the kal form, right? But what we have here is the hotzi a ani, the whole file sense. Hotzi a, to be brought forth, right? That sense of actually slicha, the he feel sense, to cause to come out, cause ani, cause I to come out, bring I out, cause me really to exit, cause me to exit. Exit from what? Mia Mitsukot Tai, right? The Mitsukot of I, right? Mitsuka, right? Mitsuka is singular. Mitsukot is plural. Mitsukotai is my Mitsukot. So what is a Mitsuka? Mitsuka is like straightness, distress, straight, stress. Let's scroll down here. Narrowness. There we get the word. The sense of narrowness. Let's go to the root. Matsuk. What's a matsuk? Matsuk, right? Molten support, pillar, column, right? Something narrow, right? You know, like in those places that have a lot of columns, very narrow. You're like, yeah, but like a narrow, my narrowness. This is an interesting word here because it kind of brings out other aspects of anxiety or tightness or difficulty. Right there. But the troubles of my heart, right? The tsarot lebavi, tsarota lebabiya, right? Here. Tsarota lebabi, right? Harachev ua mitsukotai hotseini. Here to the 18th, right? The 18th verse, the Yod Chet verse right here. Look upon mine affliction and my pain, and forgive all my sins. Like that right there. Forgive all, right? Just clear the slate, right? See, seen, re, 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 on ye, wa, amali, with sa, likola, chatotai, with sa, and forgive, with sa, likol of all, chatotai, all my lacks, my lackings, my chatot, all my uckeries, all my sins, my crimes. Hey, anayiya wa amali, wa and amali. What's amal? Amal is like toil, labor, amal, but it's like hard toil. It's like wearing effort, amali. All my wearing effort, my toil. It can also apply to all my worry, amali, whether it's in mind or in body, like body, it says pain here, right? So see, on the ye, my affliction, on the ye, right? My oni, on the ye, right? My affliction, my poverty, my misery, right? My depression. Remember, it's connected with the meek, right? So the meek have oni, and here he's saying, I'm a meek, right? Re'e, see, on the ye, see my affliction, wa amali, and my worry, my pain, with sa and nasa. Here, sa. Sa is the command from nasa. Sa, lift up. Sa, with sa, visa. Right here in the sense right here, to take away, to carry off, the sense of forgive. Right? Wisa, the call of all chatotai. Chatotai, all my chatot, right? All my chata'ah, my sin, my uckery, or my missing the mark. Scroll down here, right? Let's get to the root word here, to miss. All of that, right? Miss me with all of that, oh yeah. Right? Right there. Hey, but see, look, like look, see, right? See, right? What do we have here? The acrostic requires this verse to begin with the letter Qaf, but it here begins with Resh. Instead, this verse and the next verse both begin with Resh, with the Hebrew R. Re-a, 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 re, re. A command speaking to a male singular to see. Re, right? Re, right? To see, right? But this verse and the next verse both begin with Resh, right? Instead of, according to the acrostic, the alphabetical construction, it should have Qaf here, right? Qaf, right? But instead it has Resh here. Some conjecture that Kuma, rise, right? As we have in Psalm 3, roundabout verse 7, verse 8, has fallen out. But here too, the LXX, right, supports the Masoretic text. So the read is 1-to-1 right here. Mine affliction, Psalm 9, verse 13, verse 14. The word forgive, sa, a command speaking to a male, sa, with sa and lift up, or with sa and forgive, to lift up. Sin being thought of, right, as a crushing burden. Sin, uckery, being thought of as a crushing burden, especially psychically, when one's psychology, one's mind. The psalmist and I and I pray to be relieved, right, of this load, right? Guiltiness rests upon mankind to be relieved of the load of the sins, right? And the guiltinesses from the conviction that they are the cause of his suffering. So the ancient thought was that even if one was going to physical suffering, right, the cause by and large was because he must have done something. You could see that general idea, right, with Job as well, right? And even in the Brit Chadash sense, right? Now, inadvertent things, well, there's forgiveness, but knowing what we know, right, we should do better, right, in the way, truth, and the life. But give thanks for his grace. And this verse right here. Re'eya aniya we amali. We sa likol chatotai. Here to the 19th, the Yod 8th verse, the 19th verse. Right? Consider, this is interesting right here. Consider, right, mine enemies, for they are many, and they hate me with cruel hatred, right? With cruel hatred. You know, you think about that, the translation. You think that if the person hate, then the hate is already cruel enough. Now, cruel hatred, that's a kind of a weird thing. Think about that for a moment. Cruel hatred. Is there not so cruel hatred? But the Hebrew really is hatred of violence. It's really hatred of violence, hatred that's born of violence. Now, here, like the previous verse, it begins with the very same command word to see or to look. Re-a, re-a, re, re-a, re. Right? Contracted, re. But if you want to emphasize it, re-a, 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 or re. Re-a, oibai, see, consider, see, seen, right? So the word to see also implied is to consider. Re'eya oivai, see mine enemies. Ki rabu, for they are many. Ki rabu, they are rabab, they become many. They become enough. They become great. They become many, right? Ki rabu, with sinata Hamas. Sineuni, with Sinata Hamas, and the hatred of Sinat Hamas, and the hatred of Hamas. All right, so here we have Sane is the word for hate, Sane, right? Sane, to be hateful. So here it says, with and Sinat, the hatred of Hamas, the hatred of Hamas, Sineu, Sineu, they hate Ani, me. Sineuni. With Sinata Hamas, Sineuni. They are hating me. They hate me. Sineu ani. Right? So here when it says Sinata Hamas, right? It actually says the sinat, right? Here we got the sinat, the hatred of, the hating of, right? Or the hatred that is of, right? Hamas, right? Here we have Hamas. Hamas means violence, means wrong, cruelty. Hebrew, Hamas. So you support Hamas? Okay. What about if you get some Hamas too? Anyway, violence, by implication, wrong. Right? The metonymy is like unjust gain, right? So it's like violence. It's almost like when ones steal, kill, and destroy. See, violence, Hamas. The implication is wrongdoing. And in some cases, Hamas is not always the direct violence, but it can be unjust gain. But it's almost like even when they say like a white collar criminal, they may not use like a knife and a gun and stick up, but it's worse, But it's a form of violence if you overstand. But the bringing out right here the hatred of violence. It's not in the sense like, well, you hate violence, but it's the hatred of violence. It's hatred that's of violence that they are hating me. You know what I'm saying? It's the hatred of violence, not like they hating violence. Oh, hate the violence, stop violence. No, it's not that sense, right? With sinata hamasa sineuni, cruel hatred, hatred of violence, a hatred that results in downpression, right, and violence, right? Theirs, right, is a hatred that proceeds from injustice and leads to fresh injustice. It's like where Elijah Muhammad said, the hate that hate produced. It's the hate that hate produced. With sinata Hamas, sineuni, with Sinat Hamas Sineuni. Right there. Here to the 20th verse right here, the Kaf, the 20th verse right here, right? Oh, keep my soul, keep my psyche, right? My psychological state, my psyche, my soul, keep her, right? And deliver me, right? Deliver me, snatch me away. Deliver me, like if you have to just snatch me out of it, right? Natsal means to snatch, right? A sense of deliver, right? Rescue me, snatch me out of harm's danger, right? Keep my soul and deliver I. Make me not be ashamed, for I put my trust in thee. Now, if you're still with us, you remember from the beginning? From the very beginning, it began off with similar words. Make me not be ashamed, right? For I put my trust, my confidence, my surety is in thee. Shamra nafshi, keep her, keep my soul. Shamra nafshi, Shamra, keep my psyche, right? Keep my mind. Shamra nafshia with hatzeleini, and snatch ani, hatzil ani, hatzeleini, and snatch me, deliver me, right? With hatzeleini. Alevosh, not for me to be ashamed. Don't allow me to be ashamed. Al ebosh. Don't allow me to be bush, right? Be put to shame. Bush, and bush, right? Disconcerted, be disappointed, to feel shame, be ashamed by reason of, to delay in shame, right? Any kind combination, don't let me pale. Properly is to pale. Oh, Alevosh, don't let me pale, right? But the sense of be ashamed in the Hebraic sense, like disappointed, delayed. Al evosh, kia hasiti bak, for I have fled to you for refuge. Hasiti, right? Chasa, I have sought refuge. I fled to you for protection. One sense of it, to trust, to put trust in Elohim, right? To put confidence, hope, expectation in Elohim. So both has a sense of to flee, like in a literal sense, right? chasad, to flee, right? But the figurative sense is to confide, to trust in. I trust in thee, in thee I. So here, shamra nafshi, where hats aleini, ale bosh, kia hasiti bak. Here. Keep my soul, protect me, guard me, hedge me about. Shamra nafshi. Like my soul, right, is like a flower, like a beautiful flower in the garden. And so what you're gonna do, you're gonna put thorns and stuff to hedge it about. Right? Let me show you this right here. This is the shamar. You see where the shamar says properly, right? Shamar, in the sense of protect and guard and keep. It's in the sense of properly hedging about with thorns. So this sense brings out the ancient kind of word picture of the idea of hedging or the idea of keeping or guarding something come from the ancient, like the first times of hedging something about with thorns, right? Guarding something, generally to protect, to attend to, or also the sense in Hebrews to observe my soul. Shamra nafshi we hatzaleini. Alevosh ki chasiti bak. Let me not be ashamed by succumbing to my enemies. Right? In spite of reliance upon Elohim's aid, his guidance and protection. Don't let me succumb to them. Don't let me compromise with them. Don't let me give in to them, because that would be a shame, right? Because I'm saying I trust in you, so help me and don't let me be put to shame. Al bosh, right? And it's a little like different than the beginning of Al bosha, right? Here it's like Ale Bosch, Ale Bosch. Here, bringing it here to 21st verse, the Kaf Aleph, 21st verse right here, Kaf Aleph. May integrity and uprightness, right, preserve me, for I wait on thee, for I wait on thee. Here. Let's look at the note right here. Okay, I see where it is right here. The LXX adds after thee, it adds Yahweh. Right? I wait on thee, Yahweh. In the Masoretic, it's not there, but I get the sense of it, right? But here, Tom wa yosher, Tom wa yosher. Oh, let's bring it up here like this. Tom wa yosher. Ye yitzaruni. Tom wa yosher yitzaruni yakia kowiti ka. Yahweh. So Yahweh is not here as you see in the KJV following the Masoretic, but in the LXX they put Yahweh because it sounds like other verses, right? If I wait on thee, O Lord, So they added in Kurios, right? Kurios, that would be the equivalent of Adonai or Yahweh. But here it says, let integrity, right? May integrity tome. So here we have Tom, well, not Tom, but we say Tom, right? Tom, integrity, completeness. Tom, Uncle what? Tom, Uncle Tom, right? Integrity, Uncle completeness. Fullness, Tom. Tom means innocence, right? Tom has a sense of completeness. Okay, the sacrifices had to be without blemish, right? And they had to be perfect. When it says perfect, it's tamim. This is like the root sense tome, meaning complete, not having any more, not having any less. Figurative sense of tome is like prosperity. Usually it has a sense of like moral innocence. Like when it talk about how Yaakov was like a Tom Ish, right? And how Noah was perfect, right? Right? The Tamim sense of the tome in his generation. Here it says, may Tom, right? It says Tom wa Yosher. You see, Yosher is related to the Yashar, right? But Yosher here is straightness. Yosher, straightness, uprightness. Tom Yosher. Some say keep it kosher. We're going to start saying keep it Yosher. Keep it Yosher. What is right? What is due? Straightness, uprightness. evenness, that which is Yashar, because Yahweh is Yashar, right? Upright, moral implications of rightness, uprightness, right? Right choiceness, righteousness, right? So here it says, Tom wa yosher yitzaruni, yitzaruni. Now notice something. Here it has the word preserve. Here is from the same root as natsar. Touched on that earlier. Natsar and the natsar connection with the Nazarene. The sense of Nazarene and Nazareth comes from natsar, not nezer, not nazar, not nazar, but come from natsar, natsar. Nezer, nazar, right? That's in the Nazarene sense. This comes from natsar. So here the verb is used yitzru, yitzruni, yitzruni, yitzruni. May they guard me, may they preserve me, may they guard me, right? Yitzruni, may they natsar ani, yitzruni. Who's they? Tom, Wa Yosher. Tom and Ha Yosher, and the straightness, the rightness, the what is rightness, right? Yitzaru, may they guard, may they preserve. Ani, may they preserve I. Yitzaruni ki, because kawitika, kawitika, right? Ki kawitika, for I have waited, touched on that in the beginning, kawa, to look, to wait, but a better sense is to expect. But getting to the secondary sense of this word kawa, it means to bind, to collect together. So if you can connect expectation with collecting and binding together, it would be good waiting, good expectation to bind together, as if by twisting to collect, to expect. He says, for I expect of the eye, I wait, right? I wait for the eye, right? Ki kawiti ka, for I wait for the eye. So right here, may integrity and uprightness preserve me. Tom wa yosher yitzaruni. Tom wa yosher yitzaruni. Tom wa yosher yitzaruni. May they yitzaruni. May integrity, Tom, perfectness, completeness, and uprightness, Yosher, Yitzaru, may they guard Ani. May single-hearted devotion to Eloheinu and honorable behavior to men, right? The two truth, twofold. My vertical relation with Yahweh Eloheinu and my horizontal relation, the earthly plane with my fellow man, that plus sign, that true cross, that tau, the tav, right? That mark, right? May single-hearted, right, devotion to Elohim and honorable behavior to man and men and people be as it were guardian angels, messengers at my side, as we have in Psalm 61, round about verse 7, verse 8 to this theme. He prays thus, and I pray like this, not on the ground, not on the grounds of our own merit or his own merit, but in virtue, in the strength, right? In the strength of his patient, expectant, collected, and respected, right? Dependence upon Yahweh Eloheinu. Wait for the eye. Kawitika, kavitecha, kawitika. I wait for the eye. I place my expectation Ka in the eye, Bika in the eye, right? As the champion, right? You are the champion, right? Shampona, right? The champion of the down press and the afflicted. And here to seal it, right? Kaf bait, 22nd verse, kaf bait, kaf bait. Redeem, it seals up right here, the concluding petition, right? Like, how do you plead? Your final plea, the concluding petition here. Like Psalm 34, the psalm here, Mizmor, right? Kof, right? Kof, right? Kof, hey, right? Kof, hey, right? 25 here, like Psalm 34. It adds to the acrostic, the alphabetical Aleph to Tau, right? The A to T, the Hebrew Alpha Omega of the Hebrew letters, a final verse beginning with the letter Peh. Peh. So here we have redeem Yisrael, O Elohim, creator judge, out of all his troubles. The Hebrew, Padei, 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 Padei Elohim, Padei Elohim, et Yisrael, Mikol Tzarotayo, Mikol Tzarotav, Mikol Tzarotayo. Padei, redeem, Padei, redeem, O Elohim, right? Ransom, rescue, deliver, right? Allow one to be ransomed, right? To sever, in that sense of releasing, right? Severing, in the sense of ransoming. Padei Elohim, ransom, O Elohim, et Yisrael, Israel, Mikol, from all, Tzarotayo, from all Yisrael's Tzarot, from all, right, his Tzara, his troubles, his straits, his distress, his trouble, his anxiety, right? Redeem, Padei, Yahweh, right? Or Fidei, another pointing Fidei, or Fidei, right? Fidei Elohima eta Yisrael Mikola Tzarotayo, or Padei Elohim eta Yisrael Mikol Tzarotav. Here. The whole of the psalm strikes and struck the personal note. For recital in the temple, the Heikal, or communal collective worship, right? It was felt proper to conclude with a reference to the needs of the community. All right. So in like collective worship, the temple, when we come together, it's like to pray for one another, though sometimes one might have a personal prayer, but even like this is a personal prayer, Psalm 25, but always it was thought proper to conclude such a personal prayer. Like if I bring up a personal prayer for myself, right, I should conclude it with something for like everybody. So this is one of the reasons why some say this verse here, right, this prayer, right, and this closing petition, Fidei Elohim et Yisrael, redeem Israel, O Elohim, Mikol Tzarotayo. After asking for what I need, right? Bless my people, right? Keep my people, redeem them. So here we have the prayer. Admirably, it harmonizes with the whole spirit of the psalm, the chant, and it sums up. This is one right here where a lot of the petitions are summed up, are addressed and summed up right here. So here, give thanks, brothers and sisters. Have some outro dubs to share on the outro right here. But Fidei Elohim et Yisrael, Mikol Tzarotayo. Here. Here, dub-wise. Let's touch on the Hebrew English first up.
Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly. And also, blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth.
מזמור כ"ה לדוד. אליך אדוני נפשי אשא, אלוהי בך בטחתי, אל אבושה, אל יעלצו אויבי לי. גם כל קובך לא יבושו הבוגדים רקם. דרכיך אדוני הודיעני, אורחותיך למדני. הדריכני ואמיתך ולמדני, כי אתה אלוהי ישעי, אותך קיוויתי כל היום. זכור רחמך אדוני וחסדיך, כי מעולם המה. חטות נעורי ופשעי אל תזכור, כחסדך זכור לי אתה, למען טובך אדוני. טוב וישר אדוני, על כן יורה חטאים בדרך. ידרך ענבים במשפט, וילמד ענבים דרכו. כל אורחות אדוני חסד ואמת, לנוצרי בריתו ועדותיו. למען שמך אדוני, וסלחת לעווני כי רב הוא. מי זה האיש ירא אדוני, יורנו בדרך יבחר. נפשו בטוב תלין, וזרעו יירש ארץ. סוד אדוני לרעיו, ובריתו להודיעם. עיני תמיד אל אדוני, כי הוא יוציא מרשת רגלי. פנה אלי וחונני, כי יחיד ועני אני. צרות לבבי הרחיבו, ממצוקותי הוציאני. ראה עוניי ועמלי, ושא לכל חטאותי. ראה אויבי כי רבו, ושנאת חמאס שנאוני. שמרה נפשי והצילני, אל אבוש כי חסיתי בך. תום ויושר יצרוני, כי כיוויתיך. פדה אלוהים את ישראל מכל צרותיו.
Yes, 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 brothers and sisters. Here, the outro. Give thanks for your time and attention. Hope and pray that, this presentation, prosper, bless, the I, them, and help the I and the truth, to find in the way, the truth. And yeah, man, give thanks. Lala Tov, right here, for the English, the English. Some of the Hebrew highlights right here. Today's daily Psalm 25, a prayer right here.
Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly. And also, blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth.
Psalm 25.
מזמור כ"ה לדוד.
Unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul, my soul, my soul, my soul, my soul.
אליך אדוני נפשי אשא.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
Elohai.
I trust in thee.
בך בטחתי.
Let me not be ashamed.
אל אבושה.
Let not mine enemies triumph over me.
אל יעלצו אויבי לי.
Yea, let none that wait on thee be ashamed. Let them be ashamed which transgress without cause. Show me thy ways, O Lord. Teach me thy paths. Lead me in thy truth and teach me. For thou art the God of my salvation. On thee do I wait all the day. Remember, O Lord, thy tender mercies and thy loving kindnesses, for they have been ever of old. Remember not the sins of my youth, nor my transgressions. According to thy mercy, remember thou me for thy goodness' sake, O Lord. Good and upright is the Lord. Therefore will he teach sinners in the way. The meek will he guide in judgment, and the meek will he teach his way. All the paths of the Lord are mercy and truth unto such as keep his covenant and his testimonies. For thy name's sake, O Lord, pardon mine iniquity, for it is great. What man is he that feareth the Lord? Him shall he teach in the way that he shall choose. His soul shall dwell at ease, and his seed shall inherit the earth. The secret of the Lord is with them that fear him, and he will show them his covenant. Mine eyes are ever toward the Lord, for he shall pluck my feet out of the net. Turn thee unto me, and have mercy upon me, for I am desolate and afflicted. The troubles of my heart are enlarged. O bring thou me out of my distresses. Look upon mine affliction and my pains, and forgive all my sins. Consider mine enemies, for they are many, and they hate me with cruel hatred. O keep my soul and deliver me. Let me not be ashamed, for I put my trust in thee. Let integrity and uprightness preserve me, for I wait on thee. Redeem Israel, O God, out of all his trouble, 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 out of all.
Laila Tov, Boker Tov, Habarim. Have a good night now. Shabua here. This new Shabua, a Shabua Tov. This Shabua here. You look for I and I. Oh.